Hello everybody and welcome to Silverstone for round 8 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here for season 16. It's the first time in 3.5 years that we visited this iconic venue after a great run in the series. The DPIs never got to visit here. Instead, it's the Le Mans Hypercar and the Van Wall that will be leading us around this great racetrack for the penultimate round of our season. Championships can be won today with only a couple of months until the 24 hours of Le Mans. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Hugo Barral for the first couple of hours of this race. It's great to be back at Silverstone, Hugo, but it's been a while, and as I say, the DPI has never got to lead the field around here. 4 hours as well. It's not long for these drivers and teams to get themselves some points before the season finale.
Yeah, it's a big change from here into the next race as well. 4 hours, as you say, and then followed by a 24 hours to round off the season. But you've not been to Silverstone in a while. It's a great track, though, and it will hopefully mix things up for these drivers. And we'll see what they're able to achieve around this British circuit, where the weather can be a little bit unpredictable.
It can. We'll see if that plays a role. It's been 5 months and 2 days since we last had a 4-hour race in the Virtual Endurance Championship. A great mix of distances this season, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. It was Bahrain the last time we raced to such a short distance, but we have raced the this circuit for 4 hours in the past, back in season 12, which was over 4 years ago now. This was the season opener when Agea Racing took the victory that day. That was the opening race for the McLaren Senna, if you remember back to those Le Mans Hypercar days. It's a different Hypercar these days, though, and I think one that suits this track a little bit better. The Van Wall that will be able to use all of its downforce around these high-speed corners, of which there are quite a few at this circuit. Looks like we're not too far away from getting ourselves onto the grid and getting ourselves underway for the penultimate race of the season. A long season, of course, 9 rounds in the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 16. This is the 8th of them, and it sets us up beautifully for that finale at Le Mans. We'll talk about championship implications as we go along, but let's just talk about those who are at the front in qualifying, which has just happened before we came to air. Colin Spork was able to take pole position for race clutch. That's the overall and hypercar pole. It will be Martin Mergley in second place, I believe, after coming in just under a 10th behind. Gabo Hevesi for Go Team will be third, ahead of Muranovic of Seawolf Net Race. It'll be Racing Zone Team and Go Team Racing on the next row. They've got a couple of penalties, by the way, the 17 car, followed by Sim Racing for Holland, who have as well, along with Seawolf Net Race. Team Iris are on pole in LMP2, ahead of championship leaders Scuderia Ferrari Esports. It's Hyperion and Visceral on row 6 of the grid. Stefan Ruot for Netrex GP is next. He's got a penalty to start off with, though. Go Team Racing, the reigning champions, are 6th in class at a Sean Clark Racing and the other Netrex car in the number 27. Tobias Blumschein has gotten the Visceral Esports car into 9th place. Level 1 Esports inside the top 10. Brabham Esports and North Racing just missed out.
Feel free to go to
will
120,
be
and then when you reach sector 3, go down to pit limiter on 80 kilometers an hour, and then catch up to the rest. It was a bit cloudy today, so I suggest everyone use their headlights throughout the race. So headlights will be required. Turn on your headlights, please.
Just try not to interrupt Jimmy Allison there. It is Gio Asensio who is leading the way in GT3, followed by BS Plus Zoom Competition. The other Visceral car is third ahead of Satellite Racing. Then we've got Wanako and Thomas Hengerson racing the championship leaders. 6th to start off with, ahead of Blackhawk Racing and Deuces Motorsport Club. Simfreem and Caspian Motorsport round out the top 10, with Understeer United in 11th, followed by the other Blackhawk Racing car. They'll be disappointed with 12th place, you would imagine. It is for Slovakia, who are 13th, ahead of the Pulyahanen driven Satellite Racing car, that 42nd overall. Brabham Esports next 15th in class, ahead of the other Juicy's car. The final of the Satellite Racing cars in 17th place, ahead of Scuderia Leon and Ruben Carrera Alves. MC Motorsport and Tomelia ERT round out the 20 GT3s on the grid. So that is your running order, the way we'll be starting this race. a very packed grid again. 48 cars going to be getting ourselves underway at what is actually a pretty gloomy Silverstone circuit today.
Yeah, we had the race director there, Jimmy Allison, just warning the drivers about the overcast conditions, being prepared to react to rain with headlights and everything like that. So we'll see whether that has an impact over the course of the next 4 hours as we're just making our way around the circuit on this formation lap. As you say, a bit of gloom, a bit of stuff to keep an eye out for the drivers. This is the leader here, Yawa Sensal, with Visceral Esports for the GT3 category. A very packed category in the race as well, making up quite a significant proportion of the cars out on track at the moment, almost 20 of them on a very packed grid, almost half a century driving around. So we'll see what the drivers can do here. Fortunately, though, Silverstone is a fairly wide circuit, although around Maggots and Beckett's.
Right, so last sector, catch up, leave a second or two between the classes. And remember, it's endurance, guys. Single file, you get the green when you cross the start-finish line. Good luck.
Worth remembering, it is an endurance race, although only 4 hours, some would argue. It's getting towards that sort of sprint race distance. It's worth remembering going in towards turn 1 especially. Colin Spork is going to be in control of the field, as he has been so often in his Virtual Endurance Championship career. Reigning champions along with Race Clutch in the top class, looking to defend their title in the Van Wall this season. They're only a couple of rounds away from doing so. 28 hours of racing in the Virtual Endurance Championship, mainly over the course of 2 rounds. It's time to go racing in the penultimate round of the season. Colin Spork waiting for the green flag as they get up towards the line, and he will release the field for the first time on the way down towards turn 1. Just waited for Martin Mergley to start expecting the release of the pit limiter there, and then he went just when Mergley wasn't quite expecting it anymore. It's Gabor Hevesi who will be in 3rd place, just trying to fend off Muramovic in the 4th position for Seawolf, looking like things going well through turn 3 and 4 for the first time. And out onto the Wellington straight, Colin Spork getting off to a good start. An early yellow flag in sector 1. There's been trouble in the middle of the LMP2 field, I'm afraid to say. We'll see if everybody's gotten through without losing any body parts. I think we have done, but there was a brief stack up there in the midfield of LMP2.
Yeah, I think there was around 11th place, right in the middle of them, was something happened through there. We've got the leader here of GT3 already pulling out a fairly significant gap there for his 1st place, trying to fend that up to already over a second clear as they head along the Wellington straight. You can see the BMWs dominating the top 3 of this class, followed by Ferraris. A side-by-side then into the left-hander, Adam Taylor holding the outside with the Porsche. We're going to be heading into Luffield, though. It will become the inside line if he can hold it through here as well. Yes, he does, and that Aston Martin's going to have to sit behind as we head back out onto the back straight towards the next turn into Copse. And it's going to be very risky to take a move through Copse, as we've seen many times in the past. You're right on the edge of grip there, already a bollard flying across the track, but it seems that everyone's setting into position just for the time being through the fast section, because you don't really want to risk wrecking yourself this early on into the race.
Certainly don't want to risk going side by side through Copse on this opening lap, but it looks like it's been a good start in GT3. Colin Spork leads the way then for Race Clutch at the end of the opening lap. Martin Mergley second alongside Gabor Hevesi, who is 3rd. It's Emre Mujanovic in 4th place ahead of Mika Leroux in the 17 car. Then Roland Toff, Bert Knops and Jan Katau, the 8 hypercars we have in the field here today. So a good start from all of those. In LMP2, I believe we've got everybody past the pit lane for the opening lap, which is a good thing, because there was a tie-up briefly in the opening lap there, and indeed everybody does make it past the pit lane for the first time. But it's been a good start for Martin Hemmingsen and Team Iris, who are currently 2nd place in the standings, 33 points behind Scuderia Ferrari Esports. They ideally need to gain some points today, and what a great opportunity to do so with the start that they've been given here.
Yeah, this is going to give them a great advantage heading towards Le Mans to round out the season. If they can try and gain these extra points, everything obviously counts. And if you're first, you're maximising those points quite obviously. But heading along now at the moment, a bit of a gap already. The field spreading out in LMP2 quite safely, so that's going to give them a little bit of comfort heading through. We're going to go down to Timotej Andonovski with the championship leaders right now, the Scuderia Ferrari, all the way down in 14th. So a lot of work needs to be done today for these guys to try and defend their current position, as they're closing up on 13th place, trying to put a challenge perhaps to Charlie Rigo and the number 30 On-Off Racing as we head through Maggots into Beckett's and out onto Chapel towards the following straight. There could be a chance there as a bit of a slide on for the 13th place car. Charlie Rigo losing the back end a little bit. He's going to have to look in his rear view mirrors now as heading up the hill towards the right-hander. It's always a prime opportunity for an overtake, and we'll see what Antonovsky makes of it.
It's very important for Andonovski to move his way through the field, because if things were to end right now, their championship lead would be cut to just 10 points going into Le Mans. That's not a comfortable margin to be holding over the final race of the season. And a couple of his teammates, the likes of Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel, have felt heartbreak at Le Mans in championship terms in the past, of course. Back in season 13, an engine failure overnight meant that they had to retire their car early, and that was them done from not only the 24 hours of Le Mans in terms of winning that race, but also in terms of winning the title that season. They won't want to feel that kind of pain again in the Virtual Endurance Championship. So important for Andonovski to try and make some progress here. He's just sat in behind at the moment Charlie Rico in the number 30 car. And there will be a lot of penalties in LMP2. There's the most penalties of any class actually in this one, so that will help Andonovski here, but he's got to make the progress nevertheless, because all the time he's spending back here, he's just losing further time to the leaders.
Yeah, we'll give Team RS a chance just to keep bringing out that gap. Getting stuff in traffic really slows you down. What's important to remember as well is it will only be a 10-point gap as things stand, but as well as that, as looking down the inside, perhaps that would have been a risky move. You can see getting very keen to try and get through. But Le Mans also 1.5 times the points for being a 24-hour race. That 10-point gap is worth even less. But as we head through Maggots into Beckett's now for the next lap, we'll see whether Andonovski makes another attempt on this straight. He didn't really see the chance last time, despite Charlie Rigo losing the back end a little bit. We've got yellow flags in Sector 1. That's the 20th place GT3 off the track on the exit of the first few corners there. That's Andre Gandossi there with Tomeli ERT, and not quite sure what happened, but that car doesn't look very comfortable. We've got a replay here. It was side by side on the exit. The team Mercedes batting out. The door just goes a little bit, pushing slightly too wide, I think, there. And I think that's more a racing incident than anything else.
Yeah, I think so. Is he going to be able to get back to the pit lane safely? Looks like it. The answer to that is yes. Meanwhile, a problem in LMP2 as well for Valerio Ferraris, I think, who's off at the final corner of Cyber. Is he stuck in the gravel here? He's trying to get back out again. This is the final corner, the final chicane at Vale, and he's trying to get himself back going again. This is not too far in front of the GT3 field, which will be bearing down on him very quickly. He's coming to a stop again, and now we'll get going. There you can see the GT3s in the background, and they'll be hoping he can get up to speed pretty quickly here.
And he'll be hoping he doesn't have any significant damage, because that's just after the pit entry as well. So any chance for a repair straight off the bat, he's going to have to wait another lap. It looks like the car's fairly comfortable though, as he's slinging it around these corners without too much difficulty, which is fortunate for him. But yeah, another incident already. So it seems that Gremlins are creeping through right at the start of this race, and we'll see what impact those have for these drivers, because that's going to be a lot of time to recover now. He was stationary for a long time, was Ferraris, and that's going to put Arm Cyber way down the order. Here's a replay of what happened going through the final. Very strange. Problem. Yeah, technical problem. I think that's why he couldn't move as well. He didn't seem to be able to turn. So it looks like the wheel disconnected, but he's going to continue going. Colin Spork there, really getting some slide on through the turns and to get as much speed as possible. Although that said, he's still in first, but not by too much. We've got Roland Toth now at the moment looking to defend two positions, as behind him a battle is raging quite fiercely, almost becoming a four-way battle here. So we'll keep an eye on this as well.
Yeah, it's Emra Mujanovic who's losing the positions here, already behind both Go Team cars now. He was sandwiched between them before, but now he's been overtaken by the latter of them, and Racing Zone 2. Just behind now will be Bert Knops and Jan Cattell trying to take the positions as a result. There's the look back from Collins Sport, excuse me, there's a look back from the last of the GT3s, because we're about to embark on traffic. It's the first run through for Collins Sport. He's going to hit them first, and he's going to hope that he's not going to hit them in the literal sense. And already a bit of contact. There's the moment in traffic. It just shows you can never relax in this stage of the race. Less than 10 minutes gone, the real race has begun.
Yeah, and the traffic's not their big part around here. There's not actually that many prime opportunities to try and overtake, especially this sector of the track where it all gets a bit right on the edge of grip. Those GT3s don't really have as much leeway that they can give these higher downforce vehicles, and as you can see, they could easily get tangled up as Collins Sport's making his way through now. And that second place LMH trying to get through, could lose a position here actually, as he's had to go slowly, and yes he does, down to third he goes, as into second. I think Gabor Hevesi's Martin Margulis, losing that position as Gabor Hevesi just about sneaks through, so playing the traffic well there, but that is going to cost the Vinchik team a position there, which is not ideal this early on.
Yeah, that's Gabor Hevesi going through for Go Team Racing, but there will be concerns about this team. The number 7 has a drive-through penalty, as does the 17 doesn't, but there are other teams who have double penalties, by the way. Off for one of the Aston Martins there. That wasn't good news around Aintree, but this is the peril of traffic as Martin Mergley gets down the inside again here, side by side between the two of them, as they're going to split the difference maybe here between one of the Blackhawk cars. Look at that from Martin Mergley, so wide through Luffield, but he had no choice. He was forced out there, but unfortunately for him, doesn't get what he wanted there, which was of course second place. Gabor Hevesi weaves from left to right down the old pit straight and into Copse now. He's giving chase of course to Colin Spork, who's making a good fist of this through traffic actually. It's Martin Mergley who's going to be frustrated by this though, because he'll know Hevesi has a drive-through penalty and this is just holding him up.
Yeah, it's just going to cost extra time, which is not what he's going to be wanting, as through they go once more. This traffic already showing how much of a factor it's going to be in this race. Heading along the Hanger Straight then, this is a good chance to try and get through traffic, but it seems that no one's close enough. Up towards Stowe, under braking, there could be a chance to try and get through these Ferraris just in front, and the McLaren after that. It's not ideal. Flashing his lights is Gabor Hevesi, trying to get any opportunity he can to get through these guys without being held up too much, but just behind Martin Margulis had about the same advantage, so losing no time to second place. He's still going to be posing that challenge, and sticking in the mirrors is the best way to keep that threat alive.
I don't know about you, but I'm really surprised that Hevesi's actually still out there. If you've got a drive-through penalty, in my mind, you would drive until you catch the traffic pretty much, and then surely on the first lap that you actually experience traffic, get in the pit lane so that you don't have to do it again, because what I'm seeing at the moment is Hevesi getting through on all the GT3s, and now he has pretty much passed them all, just the leader to go now for Hevesi, and there he goes. So he's through on all of them now, but he's going to have to do his drive-through very soon, and that's going to put him behind most of the GT3s all over again. So surely he's just giving himself double the work here.
I think as well it means that he's going through them when they're so tightly packed. He's going to have to go through them again when they're more loose, whereas if he'd just gone for that stop, the GT3s would naturally have been more separated already. So we'll see whether he has served, whether he's trying to go as far as possible, but it might be an issue with the penalties themselves. So we'll see what the result of that is. But carrying on, that GT3 that we saw have a big crash earlier, all the way down in dead last, Andrea Gandossi has just left the pit. He's going again, and he'll be looking to just make a recovery drive over the course of the next 3 3/4 hours. So a long way to go, but there is opportunity as well. There's you never know what can happen over the course of one of these endurance races, and we've seen that time and time again just this season.
We certainly have. Michal Sedlacek is probably closest to making a move here in GT3, and the reason for the focus on them is because the LMP2s are about to make their way through on these guys at the moment. It is still Martin Hemmingson leading the way ahead of Patrick Sikorsky for Hyperion. Then we've got Daniele Brambilla, who's making a really good start for Visceral Esports. They started the season in Division 2. They're now on the podium in Division 1. It's Netrex GP who are right behind them, although they've got 2 drive-through penalties to serve. Again, if I were them, I'd be in the pit lane right now, because GT3 traffic is upon us, and they are not. This is surprising me somewhat, I've got to say, but anyway, that's really going to set them back, and it's a shame for Netrex because they've clearly got the speed to run in the podium places.
Yeah, Netrex just seem to be getting themselves bogged down a little bit. We've got Daniel Brambilla here with Visceral in 3rd place. Look at that, he's got 2 GT3s battling side by side through Cops. That's exactly what you don't. That's not Cops, but that's exactly what you don't want to see when you're following. He does manage to squeeze through. That's a little bit terrifying. You don't want to get wrapped up. There's a bit of contact there as he side taps the rear right of that Porsche and through the left-hander again. They're still sort of side by side. It goes to show that at these low-speed corners, the LMP2s don't really have that much of an advantage over these GTs, and that makes overtaking just a little bit more difficult, as flying to the left-hand side of the track there was one of the McLarens. It looks like, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it seems that these LMP2s are getting themselves tangled up in all sorts of battles that are already raging in GT3.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff in LMP2. Round the outside of the Juicy's Motorsport Club car, they go, and all sorts of losing out there, I'm afraid. For, I think, Nick Murray it was in the 228. It was Level 1 Esports trying to work their way around the outside, but it didn't work. And here goes Timothej Andonovski down the inside of pretty much everybody here, in towards Cops Corner, and he's done it. Oh, has he? He's off the circuit. They're 3 wide again over the run to Maggots and Beckett's. Timothej Andonovski has made up places, though. 4 positions, that equates to 4 points, and crucial, of course, for the championship, but he's making aggressive moves. He knows that it's now or never in terms of making moves. He probably won't get a better opportunity than this to try and make overtakes.
Yeah, this is his chance to sort of carve his way through the field as best as possible. Maybe a little bit liberal with the track limits. We've got the penalties carrying over now, just being introduced, so we'll see people peeling into the pit lane to serve those. But as you said, prime opportunity, and really pushing everything he can to try and get through, get some of this traffic out the way, so he doesn't have to fight them one by one. You can see it's still absolutely packed here, and it's providing us with some fantastic visuals as through the first turn they go. Timothej Andonovski is closing up once again. We could try and see him make a move as we go through the tight right-hander, followed by the left-hander. Could try and go for a later apex here, get that undercut through the turn going, as they're still side by side. A bit of contact on the exit, onto the power they go, trying to box in behind the Aston Martin. There wasn't enough room. They're still side by side onto the Wellington straight, and it looks like Timothej Andonovski is not quite finished. He's going to have to keep fighting for this position. We're going to ride on board with Jacob Reed, who's watching this from a grandstand view into the left-hander, then towards Luffield, and it looks like Andonovski has got that Ferrari up into 8th position, and he'll be quite pleased with that, but he's still got work to do.
He certainly does, but what a battle we're seeing here in LMP2. So entertaining to start this race. It's the 4 hours of Silverstone in the penultimate round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. Into Cops Corner again, following Harry Smith here, who's trying to fly the flag for Netrex at the moment. They haven't got any penalties, although their teammates have a couple of them. No penalties for the other Netrex car, which is good news in that sense. In LMP2, both Arms Cyber cars, by the way, have got penalties, I'm afraid to say. One of them with 2 penalties actually to serve, so they're going to drop away early on. Undercover Rayan have also got penalties to serve in this race, but LMP2 by far the clash with the most penalties, I think it's fair to say. As into the final couple of corners, Daniele Brambilla is really on the defensive into the Vale chicane. It's worked on this occasion. Zoltan Boda not able to work his way through, but he's so close behind over the start finish line again.
Along the Hamilton straight they go then in towards the first turn through Abbey and Farm. Not really a chance to make any move there, but one thing to notice is just how far Martin Hemmingson has already pulled ahead with the number 37 Team Iris. 27 seconds clear, 10 seconds clear of the car behind. This is fantastic for him, and then another 8 seconds to third. So he'll be pretty pleased with how the traffic's worked out for him. We're going to go with Yussi Nerola here with Sean Clark racing in 5th place at the moment, looking to defend his position. We've also got Thomas Blumschein in 7th, a Visceral defending hard from Timothej Andonovski, who continues his charge forward.
Oh!
And there's a slide there, he holds it just about, but that will be on the edge of your seat stuff, and you can see just how hard Timothej Andonovski is pushing. A little mistake creeping in there. He can't afford to have anything of any greater scale than that, really, or he'll be sending himself round.
That was so nearly around for Timothej Andonovski. A great save in the end, but he won't want to experience that again, that's for sure. He's recovered a bit of a championship lead here, by the way, Team Iris leading the race is great news for them, of course, but really bad for Scuderia Ferrari Esports, especially considering they were 14th earlier on and their championship lead was down to just 10 points. 6 over 6 since then has got it back to 16 points, but it's only a point of position back here until you get to the top 5 when you can gain a little bit more for making an overtake. But he's got to get there first, and he's a few seconds away from the top 5 for now, and it's getting quite spaced out in the top 5 as well. This is also the problem for Andonovski. Since he spent so long in this race already down in the pack, he's going to struggle to catch those podium places, you would have thought.
Yeah, it's just giving them the opportunity to sort of spread those gaps. And it's not just the gaps that end up mattering, it's that these end up being one individual car after another that you have to overtake. Unlike earlier, when they're all spaced so closely together, he can just sort of carve his way through. When they're all spread out, he gets to one, has to deal with that, and then move on to the next battle, each individually. And that makes the overtake so much more difficult, so much more time consuming. And it allows his competitors to preserve their tyres in a way that he won't be able to. Maybe conserve some fuel as well, although how much of an impact that will have over just 4 hours is debatable. But either way, it will just give them a further advantage that he will have to try and overcome. We've still got Thomas Blumschein in front with the Visceral Esports car, the number 46, holding a gap of only a couple of tenths. Once again, through Luffield we go. This is where we saw Andonovski have a big side earlier. He's not had the same at this time round as we head now on to the back straight through this right-hander towards Copse then. A move here would be very brave, but we've seen Andonovski make it already once this race. We wouldn't be surprised to see it again. He's going to stick behind this time round. Doesn't quite have the room to make that work, but into the flowing S's of Maggots, followed by Beckett's, before you're spat out onto the hangar straight after Chapel. We'll see whether there's a chance here, but it seems that the downforce being in the dirty air just is lost a little bit, and you can't really close that gap as you might like to.
The hypercars have caught GT3 traffic again here, by the way, so that's why you've seen a couple of the penalties taken there. You may have seen in the last couple of moments. That has put Gebra Hevesi back to 6th place, but not to the back of the field, and Emra Mujanovic into 7th place, although the 5 car hasn't actually had any penalties, just problems so far for Seawolf Net Race. Unfortunately for them, they're currently running 5th and 7th in the field after a pretty unlucky season, you would say, in Hypercar. They're currently at 7th and 9th in the overall standings there. Meanwhile, LMP2's continue to battle. It's amazing, isn't it, how it all calms down when there's no traffic around. It's almost as if they need the GT3s to begin the battling all over again, because they're very much on their own and will be for quite some time now, the LMP2s.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just means that everyone's worried only about the cars that they're actually meant to be battling, and they can position themselves a bit more advantageously because there's just more room on the track. And I think that's why we were seeing Tobias Blumschein holding that 7th position for perhaps longer than we might have expected against this Ferrari, which was previously on a seemingly unstoppable charge. Once again, a bit of a slide there coming out of the right-hander of Luffield. So still pushing is Andonovski, but it's a bit less fruitful now that there are less GT3s around rather, that are helping him find his way through. And as you say, it's calmed down a little bit. It's close here, at least in the battle for perhaps 3rd. But 2nd and 1st, they have pulled a huge gap already, not even half an hour into this race, and they'll be looking back and just trying to keep that gap consistent and taking advantage of what the buffer it provides can offer them.
We've got battles in GT3 though. They're being overtaken by prototype traffic again, but or they're about to anyway up here. The back half of the field are currently being overtaken by some of the hypercars, but it's Michał Sedlacek looking to work his way through on the Visceral Esports car at the moment. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are leading the way in the championship standings. Of course, it's the 58 car that's currently running 2nd in those. They're currently leading the race, so a good start at the moment as far as they're going, because that's 12 points gained, and 12 points that are dearly needed, given the 34-point gap. Ideally, going into Le Mans for the GT3 and LMP2 classes, you want to be within 40 points or so to have a hope of winning the championship. As I say, Visceral being 34 back can't really afford to lose any more points if they hope to win the title at Le Mans, although you never know what can happen. A good afternoon to everyone who's watching along on YouTube this afternoon. Of course, Juha Mäki a month, and as we know, might be seeing him on the circuit a little bit later. Paolo Panimpede as well. Asking whether it's going to be a dry race. Well, your guess is as good as ours at the moment. It's an overcast, to say the very least, and it's English weather in the springtime, so you can make assumptions based on that, I suppose, but nothing more than that. It may be a case of when, not if, today. It's certainly going to be on everyone's mind going through the race.
Yeah, I mean, the weather I've been having in the UK recently has been very much a bit of rain here and there. Not very consistent. It's looking overcast and dry, according to the weather forecast, but who knows whether that will change. It certainly wasn't correct for me yesterday when I went on a dog walk and got absolutely soaked. So we'll see what the weather has in store for us today. But I think for the moment, everyone's going to be working on the assumption of a dry race and hope that it doesn't go south for them. But Michael Sedlacek here, as you said, Thomas Engerson Racing, they're leading the championship by quite a margin, but fourth place isn't exactly ideal for them. It's going to give their competitors that chance to close up, as we've seen with Visceral currently leading this class. So those positions matter just as much to this team as to our current race leaders. And that's going to be something playing in the mind of these drivers. As you can see, those hypercars really weaving their way through, taking any chance they can, and maybe a bit too close. It's across the grass almost. Was the GT3 that Gabor Hevesy was making his way around, and we've got Jan Kassau just behind in the Seawolf net race right onto the curve. You can see the vehicles sparking as they head onto the hangar straight. A bit of a flash of the lights at the GT3 trying to get them out the way, but there's a bit of a gap already up in front, and that's going to give Jan Kassau a bit of difficulty for him to try and close up that space.
Yeah, thought there was going to be a battle there, but that's dwindled pretty quickly. So back to third place. It's side-by-side and contact. Visceral Esports sent into a half spin, and Michał Sedlacek is not going to need a second invitation to have a go here. It's the fourth place at the moment for the championship leaders, looking to gain some points in their title charge. It is the McLaren of Satellite Racing looking to take some off them as they try and get into fourth position. There may have been a look down to the inside at turn 3, but with hypercars coming through on them all over again, that's going to make it very difficult. Sedlacek goes round the outside of one, in fact, and that's going to make it even harder as the hypercar has to do the same through the loop. Out of the traction zone through there, through Aintree as well. Has Sedlacek got a good enough run here to hold off from Satellite Racing? It's Jimi Nisila who's leading the charge for that team. 3 cars in the race once again, of course, as they've been going with in the Virtual Endurance Championship this season. They're so close in behind, and so's Adam Taylor in the 4th position of this group, if you like, in the Porsche. 4 different manufacturers involved in this battle for the final podium place.
And you can see really biting onto the throttle there was Jimi Nisila on the exit in his McLaren, trying to keep that gap as possible. This almost looks like a train of cars as they head now towards Copse and a more difficult section of the track to overtake. We'll see whether that has any impact on these drivers. Michael Sedlacek up in front, looking all over the track, trying to find any gap that might present itself, as here comes even more prototype vehicles, which are going to throw a little bit of spice into this mixture, into Beckett's then and towards Chapel. Still no chance yet, but that prototype is going to force Sedlacek wide, giving Jimi Nisila the chance he needs to try and get through. A bit of a flash of the lights from the Ferrari. He's a bit frustrated about that, as it's going to cost him a position on the hangar straight then, almost side by side. Nisila will have the inside line. Adam Taylor having a look, see if he can get in on the scrap here as well. No chance as we head through. So then they're still side by side. Sedlacek trying to hold the inside line as we head through the exit towards the last few turns. Then when the track really slows down, there could be a chance here under heavy braking. Then Sedlacek still there, but Nisila is just not giving him any room that more than he needs to, holding that position well. Adam Taylor trying to get any scraps that are left behind, a bit like a vulture preying just behind this battle along the Hamilton straight. Then nothing fruitful for Sedlacek, and Nisila seems to have held that position, but can he hold it for much longer as this battle is still so close, heading through the first sector now, and they still fight on. But up in front, it looks like this has given the Visceral car a bit of a chance to pull away a little bit and give himself a little bit of breathing room as these guys all scrap amongst themselves.
It certainly has. The yellow flag you were seeing, by the way, during that battle was for Ruben Carrera-Alves, who clearly is damaged because he's found his way down onto pit lane for Scuderia Leone. That's not the first car to find itself in pit lane today. Andrea Gondosi had to pit for repairs for the Tomeli ERT Mercedes. They are 2 laps down at the moment on the next car being Ruben Carrera-Alves, so they'll be just 1 lap behind that Ferrari now, but at least they're not out of the race, whereas it looks like Ruben Carrera-Alves may well be. So we might well have our first retirement of the day, very sadly, and it comes in GT3. I guess there was prototype traffic around at the time, and I don't want to presume, but Ruben Carrera-Alves may be unhappy with the way he's been treated by some prototype cars early on in this race, and that is the end of the day for Scuderia Leone, unfortunately.
We have seen some fairly audacious moves by these hypercars and other prototypes as they try and make their way through. So by a bit of consequence of that, we'll have to see if there's perhaps a replay of what might have happened to that vehicle. But already the attrition is setting in for this race. We've not even been going for half an hour. We've got our first retirement. We've already had a fair few incidents. I think that's the 3rd car that's had to go in for repairs so far this race. Michael Sedlacek, though, will be hoping he won't be in that number as he continues that push to get towards the podium position. So there's actually been a bit more of a regression than he might have hoped, as Jimmy Nasula took that 4th place off him rather than Sedlacek ascending up the order as we head on to start yet another lap, and this battle rages on. A bit less fiercely than it was a couple of laps ago, but I don't think it's going to stay that way.
Yeah, already half an hour gone in the 4 hours of Silverstone. It's the Virtual Endurance Championships penultimate round. It's been a very exciting first half an hour, I think it's fair to say, but we're about to have the busiest time through traffic of them all, actually, with the LMP2s having another round of GT3 traffic and the hypercars coming through for another round themselves. This is what happened to Ruben Carrera-Alves. He's actually off on his own and slides straight into one of the LMP2s. So not really sure where to pin the blame there, if there is any to pin anywhere, actually, but it was Carrera-Alves a bit over-ambitious with his car's grip through Maggots and Beckett's. Not sure which LMP2 that was that he hit, but there may well be damage on that car, which had to run across the grass through the S's.
Yeah, I think one thing to bear in mind is the track temperature, having come off the American leg of this series, which was, I think, a little bit warmer. The track temp's only 39 degrees at the moment, so it's not the warmest it could be. The air temp 18 degrees, so it's, again, not too warm. Gives them a little bit less grip than you might get on a sunny day around Silverstone. But Timothy Andonovski continues this push forward here. We'll keep an eye on him as through Woodcote he goes towards the back straight here, side by side, heading towards Cox. Could be an opportunity here. He's going to have to be very careful about how much grip he has. He's going to hold the inside as that LMP2 comes in to help him a little bit, forcing the inside line there for the now 7th place LMP2. And that's going to be another position for the Scuderia Ferrari team, who are looking to try and make up as much as possible.
A really good start for Timothy Andonovski, who was down the field early. Now back in the contention again. Tobias Blumschein will continue to defend from Jussi Nerola just in behind. That's for 7th place, but it looks like that's all it will be for. They're not going to challenge the Scuderia Ferrari esports team any longer today. You wouldn't have thought, as there's battling in front of Harry Smith here. That could be bad news, and in fact it wasn't battling, it was contact. One of the McLarens ending up going for a little half spin there. Not sure which one that was, but it slowed up the Netrex team, and here goes Andonovski again into the top 5 for the championship leaders. Timothy Andonovski can't be stopped by anyone at the moment. He is through into 5th position into the first couple of corners. What a fantastic start from him as he dispatches with Harry Smith.
Yeah, Harry Smith there, a little bit unfortunate with the way the traffic turned out for him, but Andonovski wasting no time in taking advantage as we head now up the hill towards the final few turns of the race, along the Wellington Straight into this left-hander. Harry Smith, I don't think he's going to really have a chance to strike back. He's probably going to be looking more rearwards now towards Tobias Blumschein, who we just saw get overtaken by Andonovski, and it's going to become quite swiftly a defensive race for the Netrex outfit, you'd have thought, as losing one position. You don't want to lose any more than that. Obviously, already half an hour gone, as you said, more than that even, and that shows just how quickly this race is going to go. That's already an 8th of this race completed. and you can see just how quickly things change. But with everything streaming out, these positions are just going to be harder and harder to obtain, and then maintaining those towards the end is going to be another problem in itself. And we're also heading slowly but surely towards the first round of pit stops, so still at least about 10 minutes out from those, but they'll be playing a role as well. As look at this, very tight heading up towards Stowe was Zoltan Boda on the second place car of the number 44 Hyperion. No chance to get through there.
Not that time for them. Oh, contacts, and Sedlacek goes around. The championship leaders in GT3 have gone around. Michał Sedlacek for Thomas Enger Sim Racing will drop to 9th as a result of contact, and that car doesn't look too healthy either. They may have damage here, the championship leaders. Is that car crabbing down the straight? Difficult to tell from this angle, I've got to say, but it doesn't look all well with that car, I've got to say. Not sure how that even happened. There was traffic around, there was battles for position around too, but it's Michał Sedlacek who has been hit by Adam Taylor into the Vale chicane, and that is how Michał Sedlacek has ended up down in 9th position.
Yeah, it seems that was just an unfortunate tap in the rear for Sedlacek. Nothing he could have done about that. And again, he's spun by the Wanako. If there is damage to that car, which I still can't quite tell, I think it's okay, but if there had been damage, it would have been a whole lap to get back to the pit lane, because they're just past the pit entrance at that point. But once again, this is bad news for the Thomas Enger outfit, looking to try and defend the championship lead. As we'll go back, this is on board with the Wanako, and just a bit of a hit in the rear, and I think overkicking it slightly on the brakes was Adam Taylor there, and I think the blame probably falls on him for that incident.
I would have thought so. Just too late on the brakes from Taylor. He realised his mistake, because you could see him slowing up immediately after the contact, but nevertheless that was definitely contact, no arguments about that one. So the question will be whether Sedlacek has damage, and we'll continue to monitor that one, of course, for the remainder of this race, the remainder of this stint especially. It's only going to be 3 stops today after all in GT3. That isn't very many, and you'd imagine that drivers will pretty much split this one in half. Sedlacek might well do the first hour. Wojciech Polesny, who's with him at the moment in the team speak, will probably do the second half of this race.
Yeah, you don't need that many drivers for just a 4-hour race, and as you say, only 3 slots for these drivers. It makes it a bit awkward for the changeovers. You really only want 2 or 4 drivers. If you have 4, you're changing every hour. It's going to be no flow to that vehicle, which will make it just a little bit harder for yourselves. But as you say, probably only 2 drivers for this team, the 9th place Thomas Enger vehicle, which is trying to push its way up the order, an order that has just so recently fallen down. That number 70 struggling at the moment, but there is still a way to go. It's fortunate for this to happen early on in the race and lose all those positions, because you still have a chance of regaining them. That is going to be a hard work and a bit of graft for these guys to try and make up that time that they've lost.
It's especially disappointing for them, because the championship second place team are currently first in the race and on a decent run of form as well. They've been on the podium in every race since Daytona. That's the last couple, of course. We're currently following a team, though, that's won every race since the last time we had a 4-hour race. That was back at Bahrain for round number 3. Scuderia Ferrari Esports have been on an absolute mission since then, winning every single race in a row since round 3. By my maths, that makes it 6 in a row, is it? Or 5, 6? 5? No, it's 5. But it's a great run for them. It may not continue here today, but that's the kind of run that wins you championships. And it's not like they've dominated every time either. They've had problems throughout. They've had to come back from various incidents and so on throughout the various races, or at least some of them. And so it's a commendable run, although they are going to do well to continue that today. They're already 20 seconds off the lead in 40 minutes.
Well, you can see they're performing well still in adversity, already within a second of the podium positions. And it sort of fits in with the theme of Silverstone itself, having been an airbase in World War II under Bomber Command. The RAF motto being through struggle to the stars, and I think that's what Ferrari are aiming for here. Could lose that 5-race win sequence, but you never know. Maybe an advantageous Code 80 could bring up that gap that they're currently sitting quite far behind in. or some other incident or opportunity might present itself to them. So there's still stuff to hope for these guys, but as you say, it's going to be hard work, and that hope of getting a 6th win in a row is perhaps fading, although it's not completely vanished.
Certainly hasn't vanished entirely. There was a yellow flag there in Sector 3. I think these guys were around it. Carl Magnus Borre and Jimi Nisila battling for 3rd place here. This is previously where the championship leaders, Thomas Stenger Sim Racing, were in the field, who don't seem to have damage. Well, they're still losing time, I suppose. There were a couple of seconds off their best lap time the previous time around, although they are in traffic, so it's very difficult to get a gauge as to how quick a certain team are at this stage in the race now. But no question for these guys, they shouldn't have any damage. Jimi Nisila looking to break into the top 3, and it's an all BMW top 3 for the moment. Visceral Esports particularly having a very good time of things, but BS Plus Zoom competition also doing well in what's been a difficult season for them. They're 15th place in the standing currently after spending a couple of races down in Division 2. They won the Daytona 24 Hours down there, but at the start to their season was just so unlucky. The worst look I've seen for quite some time in the start of a season, actually, but good to see them back again, back in Division 1, and you can see that it was bad luck really at the start of the season, because they're currently running 2nd on merit.
Yeah, and doing well to get there as well. Lots of fighting has been done to take that position, and still keeping an eye on that podium. It's not really out of reach for them. As you can see, that gap is not very large at all, just in front, only half a second to 3rd place in the class. Carl Magnus Borre will be looking behind in that 66 Visceral, the sister to the car currently leading. The top 3 made entirely of BMWs for the time being. I think this McLaren will be looking to shake that up, but it's still going to be hard work on the last lap. These guys were not too far behind at all, but as you can see, still looking behind will Jimi Nisila be as well. Adam Taylor presenting that Monaco Porsche in those mirrors and retaining an ever-present threat, so Nisila can't really afford to make any huge mistakes in this advance if he wants to maintain a 4th position and not go down to 5th. As off onto the grass, very wide there, was an LMP2, swag all the way back across the track, but somehow managed to avoid any contact. That could have been a lot worse than it ended up being.
Yes, John Davies and Francesco Geniale who are fighting here. This is a couple of the cars who have had penalties so far. Undercover Ryan in the 50 car and the 42 of Arms Cyber ahead of their teammates who have had penalties as well. So that's why they're running second last and last in the field at the moment. But it's time for pit stops in LMP2. Visceral Esports are in from the top 5. You'd imagine that these guys are going to follow pretty quickly as well. You make roughly 3 stops every 2 hours in LMP2, but because you don't need to stop... Oh, that's a great move, by the way. I'll interrupt myself because Francesco Geniale there has just gone round the outside through Magnussen and Beckett's on John Davies, using Jimi Nisila to make an overtake. I know it was for 18th place, but that was impressive.
And that's what you love to see in endurance racing, is using that traffic to your advantage. It becomes a dynamic obstacle that can also be something you can use against the other drivers, and really doing it well there was Francesco Geniale. And it may only be for 18th place, but that sort of quality overtakes, they're going to be really helpful as you try and progress your way up the order. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and that's what we're seeing on Cyber now, trying to make a recovery and get themselves up as far up the LMP2 order as they possibly can. We've got brief yellow flags in Sector 2. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but the drivers all seem to be going around fairly well for the time being. And up in 17th there is Francesco Geniale, as I believe doing quite well. We've got Maximilian Scheider here with Ace Racing in 13th place. A bit of a gap behind to Tobias Blumschein, not very large though, with the 46 Visceral Esports. Nick Mora in 14th then. I think my timing board might be a little bit messed up.
Well, the reason I go back to Nick Mora is because I think he was the one who spun around at Luffield or Brooklands. It was sort of halfway between the two. It may have been one of those that carried over from whatever was happening at Brooklands, and then eventually it all came to a head at Luffield. But I can't be sure, to be honest with you. We've got pit stops again. It's the other Visceral car in the pit lane early on here, so some early stops going on actually. but Nick Murray might well be in now. You might as well cut your losses. The tyre temperatures will probably be out of control, and so it might be a good idea to come in, but no, he wants to continue on, utilise the fuel that he's got on board of the Sim Racing for Holland car down his inside, and then that's the Seawolf Net Race car giving chase for 7th place in the hypercar category, just behind them. But anyway, Nick Murray seems to be going okay. There doesn't seem to be any damage on that car. Timothée Zadanowski, though, is looking for a podium place. Might be difficult for him to get any more than this today, but there's still over 3 hours to go. Who's to bet against them? Catching the likes of Hyperion and Team Iris. We know how strong they are with strategy. They can work themselves to the front, seemingly without anybody noticing sometimes. They've done it on so many occasions in the past, and this is the road to them doing it again. Just behind Zoltan Bode on the way towards Maggots and Beckett's, looking inside and outside. He's not going to go for that, though. He'll wait for the hanger straight, most likely.
You can see him swinging all over the track, seeing if there was a gap to go through, but not really finding anything there. On the exit of Chapels, you're spat out onto the hanger straight once again. There'll be a bit of slipstream. He's fairly close, heading up the hill towards Stowe. We'll see if he tries to make a move here. He might wait till the section of Club, right at the end of the circuit, right at the end of the lap, before making a move, trying to set himself up nicely there. We've seen moves made there before, but he's going to pull into the pit lane, actually, and perhaps try and go for an undercut here and take it out of the track and into strategy to get into this 3rd place.
Yeah, that may be the call. There's real fights going on here in hypercar, at least there was, as the two Go Team cars try and figure their way to a podium place. They're the reigning LMP2 champions, of course. Stepped up with the 2-car effort for the hypercar class in season 16. Unfortunately, their LMP2 title defence has not necessarily gone so well. They're currently down in 12th place in the LMP2 standings, 4th and 5th in hypercar, but they need to gain some points today on race clutch if they want to still be involved by Le Mans. And the situation, by the way, is a little bit different in hypercar in terms of how close you really need to be to start off the 24 hours of Le Mans in a couple of months' time. I know there are 90 points available on the line, but half of those can be accumulated just by starting the race and completing one lap, pitting in, and you could be a championship winner at the drop of the green flag with 24 hours to go. You could be a championship winner with 12 hours to go, with 50% race distance complete, and that might be the situation in hypercar, because there are only 8 cars in the class here, at least for the moment. That means that you can only realistically gain about 25 points in terms of positional points, unless the championship leader, in this case Race Clutch, doesn't get to the end. Now, there are 25 points to cover the top 3. However, when the championship leader is leading the race, it makes it very difficult to gain any points when you're at Winchick Racing, who are in 2nd, or you are Simframe Esports, who are 3rd.
Yeah, certainly it makes it just that bit harder as they continue pushing forward. One thing to remember there is as well, these drivers will be wanting to put out all the stops for Le Mans as well. The season finale, the highlight of the calendar, some might also view it as, and try to do as best they can as past the higher placed GT3s they go. Gabor Hevesi moving to the outside and into 3rd place there with Michael Leroux with CMT Go Team, the other car, the sister car, just behind. They don't seem to be battling too fiercely with each other, of course, not wanting to take any risks as they are essentially the same team. But just behind, we've got Roland Toth with the number 222 Racing Zone vehicle, looking to get up into the podium positions that these two cars are defending at the moment. In 5th, but up in 3rd is Gabor Hevesi. So a little battle could be unfolding here, but it's going to be 2 teams, 2 vehicles acting in concert with each other, and not just one that Toth is going to have to try and navigate and battle if he wants to make those positions work.
The strategy games have begun in LMP2. Most of the leaders have been in, but look who is ahead of them all. Timothée Zadanowski, I believe, has started this race on the hard compound tyres, and that has meant that he is now ahead of those who did not start the race on hards and may have changed tyres or taken longer stops for whatever reason it may be. We expected this, to be honest, from Scuderia Ferrari Esports. You can never quite count them out, and here they are again, leading the race again. Team Iris not even in the top 8 as things stand. You have to go quite a way back to find them, but we'll do a proper run through of LMP2 when the pit stop cycles itself out. We're not going to truly know who is where for over 3 hours now, because the strategy games have really begun.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of having these longer races that endurance racing provides. You can really make strategy work in your favour if you have the driving to back it up. We've got Zoltan Boda at the moment, though, with the Go team vehicle. We were just watching their team vehicles up in the hypercar class, defending the podium position. And now Zoltan Boda is under fire from 7th place in the class. We've got Daniel Brambilla behind with the 245 Visceral Esports vehicle looking to take 5th place. We've got yellow flags again in Sector 2. I'm not sure what those are for. I think it's the 16th place GT3, actually. That's just gone off the track. That will be the 73 Juices car with Yannick Pleiss at the wheel, I think. No, it will be Andrew Holland, I think, just getting going. One of the two of those off the track just a moment ago. I'm not sure what that was, but it was just after perhaps leaving the pit lane. Either way, there's a bit of a battle that's resulted, and Yannick Pleiss drops down into 17th place, overtaken straight away pretty much as we join that. And Andrew Holland in 16th place with the Satellite Racing vehicle. He'll be pretty pleased with that. And it looks like Pleiss is losing time quite rapidly. Geniali there, though, getting a penalty.
I don't think all's well with Yannick Pleiss in that car there. That car is running quite slowly, and I believe he was the one who was off at turn 1, actually, there. May have been contact with someone. The wall's quite far away, so I find it difficult to believe he's actually hit the wall at turn 1, but he may have done. He's weaving around a little bit at the moment. Trying to get some... Oh dear, look at that understeering towards turn... what used to be turn 1. That was a bit of an old habit there. Cop's corner. But Yannick Pleiss is going to be in pit lane pretty shortly, I would argue. So, LMP2 pit stops have now sorted themselves out. We can now have a look through the standings and see where everybody is. Timothy Danilowski for Scuderia Ferrari Esports are leading the way. Steel Clock Racing are 6.5 seconds behind with Jussi Nirola. It is Zoltan Boda and Daniele Brambilla who we're following right now, fighting for 3rd place. They're about 5 seconds ahead of a fight between Harry Smith and Tobias Blumstein for 5th. On-off Racing are 7th. Then it's Team Iris who are in 8th place. So Martin Hemmingson all of a sudden is down in 8th. I'm guessing after changing tyres there, but there's been all sorts of strategy games going on here in LMP2. Now it's about Team Iris and whether they can sort of catch up on those 7 teams who have overtaken them in this pit stop phase.
Yeah, and that's going to put them behind on the track physically, and that's as a result, if they do gain that time, they're going to lose as much time trying to overtake towards the Ferrari team, that are just going to be able to keep extending that because they won't be having to battle on track. Daniele Brambilla, though, really getting quite aggressive now. He wants that 3rd place for Visceral. As we head through the sweeping left-hander into the more tight right-hander now. No chance to get through just yet, but still piling on the pressure. We've got some traffic closing up behind as well, so that'll be something to keep an eye on. 3.5 seconds behind is Harry Smith in the Netrex GP car, one we saw get overtaken earlier by the Ferrari in that assault forward that was mounted by Danilowski. The last overtake I think he made on track. Down the inside there goes Daniele Brambilla, having a look here. He's just about keeping his nose in through the left hand. There's a bit of contact into Luffield then, but they're still side by side, going for a later apex, trying to get as much speed as possible on the exit perhaps towards the old straight through Woodcote, and then Cox will be following soon. Brambilla might choose to not try and make an overtake here, maybe seeing it a bit too dangerous this early on in the race to have a go, but we'll see. Closing up once again in the dirty air there. It's going to make these sweeping S's a little bit more difficult as we head through Maggot South. The left-hander followed by the right as you're off the power a bit, slightly on the brakes, going up the hill in towards Beckett, and finally through the right-hander and gets spat out onto the hanger straight by Chappell, and there's no chance to make a move there. The dirty air, it just seems, can't quite have as much grip to follow it as closely as you might want to. Up towards Stowe then, under braking uphill. It's not actually that big of a braking zone because of the incline. A little look on the inside, running slightly wide though is the 3rd place car, Zoltan Boda, not quite hitting the apex like he might like to. Down the inside then in towards the final few turns into Club. There's no chance there once again, but Brambilla really looking to take any opportunity he can. Where Boda went right, he went left around that traffic, and it does seem that this battle could be getting a little bit fiery now.
Tobias Blumstein and Harry Smith are fighting just behind those guys. But the real battle in the field is in GT3 again. Leading the train is Carl Magnus Borre. He's holding on from Jimi Nisler again, and that has been the case for a while. But there are so many drivers now who have caught on. Adam Taylor has been leading the charge with Daniele Canestrazzi, Mark Veit and Ahmet Demirkan joining the train. Michal Sedlacek is 3.5 seconds behind in the 70 car and is trying to catch them up. There he is in 9th place. You can see the full extent of the GT3s there and the different tyre compounds they've gone for so far. It's hour-long stints, of course, here. I think half of the battle today is going to be making it to that hour. Normally in the longer races it doesn't matter because you can do a short stop at the end or just cut the race into slightly smaller pieces, but in a 4-hour race I think it's really important to reduce your pit stop time even more so than normal.
Yeah, most certainly, especially around this track where you're on the throttle a fairly big, for a fair portion of the lap. We are approaching that pit stop window soon, so it'll be interesting to see who is able to make it. Those on the mediums, such as Yumi Asula at the moment, I think the only one in this train who's on the mediums for the time being, will be having to perhaps take an extra set of tyres. That's going to cost a lot of time in the overall strategy, whereas those hard runners will be able to at least go for the next stint as a minimum. Maybe Nisula will push those mediums on for a second stint, but they might lose a little bit of grip towards the end of that, especially on a heavier tank of fuel. Continuing on though, these guys don't seem to be able to go either neither forwards nor backwards amongst each other, as this train seems to be fairly solid in its constitution.
Yeah, Jimi Nisler certainly is abiding by that for the moment. He's very much struggled to find his way into 3rd place as of right now, but just look at the gap to the leaders now. They're nearly half a minute behind, and that is great news for Visceral Esports. They really need to gain some points today, but Blackhawk Racing do as well, and they're very much a part of this group who are a long way back. This is Mark Veit for Blackhawk Racing. I thought at a point this season that it may be their season. They finished 1st at the season opener and 2nd at round 2 at Road Atlanta, and I thought, is it finally time for one of the Virtual Endurance Championships stalwarts as regards to teams? Is it finally going to be their season? It may be slipping away from them slightly at the moment. They're currently 37 points behind Thomas Singer Sim Racing, and while they would be gaining some points today, it needs to be a little bit more than that if they're going to make it an exciting Le Mans as far as they go. There is, in fact, Thomas Singer Sim Racing and Michal Sedlacek just in the gold Ferrari, not too far behind. Mark Veit really needs to find his way to the front of this group before Sedlacek does.
And Michal Sedlacek was actually in front for a large portion of the race so far, until a bit of contact sent him spinning and pushed him back. So it's actually everything that could be going wrong for Thomas Enger at the moment has been going wrong, and it's the perfect opportunity for those positions to be made by the likes of Blackhawk Racing, and they really need to capitalise on it, as you say, if they want to go into Le Mans with arms swinging. We've got Adam Taylor at the moment in the 1 Echo vehicle. He's sort of in the middle of this pack. It's pretty much 3rd through to 9th who are all following very closely at the moment, or 3rd through to 8th at least anyway. The track map looking very populated on the first sector of the track. You can see they're all following through there now. We have got a large cluster of prototypes, LMP2s coming through now though, and that's going to spice things up a little bit. They'll have to be on their toes, battling not only each other, but also making sure they're letting these prototypes through. You can see that's the leader of LMP2 in the background. There is the Scuderia Ferrari. Tente Andonovski will be looking to find his way through. As Adam Taylor, we continue watching through the left hand, that he's going to let this cyber car through at the moment. But again, losing a little bit of time, perhaps not going to be helpful for their currently fighting battles. And you can see even more prototypes beginning to come through now. Then this could mix things up a little bit more.
Well, the problem for Andonovski here is not only the GT traffic, but I think the LMP2 traffic is more concerning. That's difficult to find your way through on, and when you're trying to sustain a margin that you've already built up as a result of pit strategy, it's very disheartening to see an LMP2 in front of you that you have to fight your way through. Team Iris are already into 7th place, by the way, ahead of On-Off Racing, so they're making progress. We'll monitor them over the course of the next 35-40 minutes or so until they need another pit stop. Meanwhile, Jimi Nisler is very close to the BMW of Carl Magnus Borre here, and could be looking for a move at Stowe Corner. Well, it's not going to be here, but the lower and sleeker McLaren may well use its downforce a little bit better to go for this. Well, they don't need to. Cobb Magnus Borre is into the pit lane, so's Adam Taylor. This is a bit of a concern in my mind. Less than an hour into this race, we've got GT3 pit stops.
Yeah, that's not going to put them in good stead. If you're putting 2 minutes before every hour for each pit stop, that's going to be well over 6 minutes before. That's going to necessitate an extra pit stop at least before the end of the race, and that checkered flag is waved. So that's not ideal for them. Yumi Tsunoda, though, will probably be quite pleased. If he can push to the end of this lap, he'll be in the pits on the hour, and that will be just about enough to take them across the line if they're keeping up this level of fuel consumption. If Borre is going for the undercut, it's a strategy at least, but it's a very risky one. As you say, might not be able to make it to the end on just 3 stops. So that's going to be a big factor as we head towards the end game. And there's quite a large number of GT3s all in the pits together at the moment. And that's something as well that will be slightly concerning for these teams, whether they're going to be able to make it to that checkered flag or not. We'll have to go in for the extra stop. We've got Martin Hemmingsen, though, in at 7th place for Team Iris. The net leader, or was before the first stage of pit stops. Anyway, just behind the Netrex with Harry Wood at the wheel, I believe. And continuing on trying to... Harry Smith, rather, in the 6th
Another
place.
English name.
Oh, yeah, I know. See the English names. Not used to seeing them in this series.
Oh!
Hemmingsen looking around the outside, it looks like. I'm not quite sure.
Well, it was Colin Sport going around the inside that was concerning me, actually, through 3 wide through Woodcote there. But the race leader makes it work, and he's got out quarter of a minute now in the first hour. The hypercars shouldn't have any problems making it to an hour. The normality these days is for the top class in endurance racing, has been for a while now, or a few years at least, that the top class makes it for an hour. That is very much the case here again, because we're about to hit that. Meanwhile, Martin Hemmingsen makes his way down the inside of Harry Smith, and that is a position for Team Iris. He's on a charge here. It's 2 visceral cars to come next, but this is the important one. 6th place now for Hemmingsen. He's going to have to reduce that margin to the leader, though. 18.8 seconds with 3 hours remaining.
Yeah, that's going to be a fairly significant gap to close up, but we've seen that Martin Hemmingsen, a clear fighting spirit coming from him and the Team Iris vehicle as they continue their push forward, having lost the lead of the race at the first stage of pit stops, and alternative strategies already out in force, and that's going to cast a bit of a fog over who's going to end up where come the end of the race. And one thing that's very funny or interesting to mention is that Colin Sport, we saw him a moment ago, the leader of the race. He's been keeping himself off camera, which is sort of what you want to be doing when you're at the very top of your class, and that can't really be said for either Martin Hemmingsen or Timotej Andonovski, both getting their fair share of airtime, which is saying you've got an exciting race at least, but definitely not a secure one if you're fighting for first. And Hemmingsen continues his push forward. He's still got a bit of a gap in front, over a second to Tobias Blumschein in the number 46 Visceral car, but he's still making good progress, having just overtaken that Netrex vehicle.
Really good progress for Martin Hemmingsen so far. He'll be up with the Visceral cars pretty soon, or one of them at least. This is the first of them, though. Daniele Brambilla is currently running in 4th place, just behind Zoltan Boda in the Go Team Racing car. That's the battle for the final podium place as of right now. They get overtaken by Colin Spork, although he comes straight into the pit lane, and so it's very much hypercar pit stop time. In fact, most of them did come in on that previous lap. Now it's time for the rest of them to make their way down onto pit lane. What's going to be a 3-stop race here today. Pretty simple for them. Less simple here in LMP2, as I was trying to say earlier on before Francesco Geniale made that overtake through Magnussen Beckett. Should be a 5-stop race for these guys if you split this race into 40-minute stints. That should be 6 stints, 3 every 2 hours, and that equates to 5 stops. There shouldn't be any worries in terms of making it to there, but it's just the necessity that you have to. Meanwhile, Tobias Blumschein is on the defensive already. Martin Hemmingsen is clearly on new tyres, I would say, at least 2 of them, because he's a lot quicker than the rest. Looking maybe for a move at Brooklands. Maybe he should have done. He was too late on the brakes there, nearly rear-ended Blumschein.
Yeah, it did seem like there was a chance there that he didn't quite manage to capture and heading through Luffield now. He's going to sit behind a little bit longer and through towards the next stage of the track into Woodcock, having a little sniff of that inside line once again, but the door not being left open towards Cox. This could be an audacious move should he choose to take it, but he's going to have to sit behind now for a little while until the next opportunity really at Stowe or along the Hanger Straight, if he wants to make a move work, which is not ideal when there was such a prime opportunity there. But nonetheless, Hemmingson perhaps choosing to be a little bit safer, or try to be a little bit safer with his race. Still got a long way to go, and it's better to lose a bit of time and make the position rather than try and take it too aggressively and lose a lot of time from a resulting incident. So a bit of safe driving, I think, from Hemmingson. But it does mean that Blumschein is going to hold that 5th place for Visceral for just a little bit longer as we head towards the final sector of the circuit and into the last few corners of the lap.
So here we go. Hemmingson is in a race against time here, really. Can't afford to spend too much of it behind drivers and teams on slower tyres than he is. Don't say they are slower because that is not entirely accurate, but they're certainly in a different phase of their race than he, as he has a look maybe at the inside. No, not going to happen into turn 3. What about 4? Can he just give the throttle a squirt maybe and give it a go? Yes, he can. Later on the brakes down at turn 4. Blumschein gives him a wide berth, I think it's fair to say. Flushes the lights as well. I'm not sure what that is about, whether he's saying something angrily or whether he's saying go ahead sir, but I can't imagine it's the second one. Don't really know what he's angry about though. You're well within your rights as the attacking driver there to have a go at turn 4, as long as you're not rear-ending or spinning somewhat a bit funny around, and Hemmingson certainly didn't do either of those.
I think it was a fairly clean move there from Hemmingson. I think Blumschein sort of had to accept that he'd been overtaken pretty fairly there, unfortunately for him. But up into 5th place then is Martin Hemmingson and Team Iris. That's good. There's a bit of air in front now until the next car for the Team Iris vehicle. 3.5 seconds, so some time to be made up, which is exactly what he wants if he wants to continue fighting for that first position when all comes to rest in that last stint, and we find out where the drivers are relative to one another. We've got a lot of traffic though at the moment on the Hanger Straight. We've got Yassine Roller here in 2nd place, currently under attack from the 3rd place car of Zoltan Boda in the Go Team Racing number 47. They've just got through a lot of traffic. There's just the I think that's the lead GT3 that they're making their way around now. Zoltan Boda here is the car behind, looking to mount an attack as they're getting very close through the final turn then and onto the straight. Then that slipstream perhaps could be ideal for Zoltan Boda if he wishes to make this move work, not making any advances through Farm Curve. But as the corners tighten up very quickly as they do here, we just saw an overtake through this complex. We could see another one through Village we go then, but Zoltan Boda is going to stick behind for the moment, heading towards the Wellington Straight, perhaps make a move into the last couple of turns, into Brooklands and Luffield. Could be an ideal situation as you're under heavy braking and the tyres under a fair bit of load heading through those turns. They
are, for sure. There was a lot going on there on that straight, and trying to unpick all of it. So it's all very close in LMP2, from Shortcut Racing in 2nd place downwards, really. In GT3 as well. So what I was getting to was the fact that we have a new leader there. Yunus Rabiot is now at the head of the field for BS Plus Zoom competition. Now, how has he managed that, you may ask? Well, I'm asking the same thing too. There's probably been some tyres skipped here, I would imagine, compared to João Asensio, who is now 2nd. Then it's the Visceral car 3rd, nowhere near as well, they weren't really that far ahead before anyway, were they, I suppose, but Carl Magnus Borre certainly isn't now. He's in 3rd place ahead of Adam Taylor, and then Mark Veit, Daniele Canestrazzi, Yumi Nisler, all in this group. Ahmet Jemikan and Michał Sedlacek, who's now part of this group as well. You might be able to see the Gold Ferrari there, just coming on to the Hanger Straight. So it's all a bit closer in LMP3. It's not LMP at all, it's GT3, and they are clearly playing strategy games, depending maybe on when they pitted, but certainly how many tyres were taken on there at the front of the field, which seems to be not uniform across the class.
No, we did see just before the pit stop phase that there was certainly a mix of mediums and hards across the whole field pretty much for GT3, and that's sort of shaken things up a little bit. And as you say, that's resulted in our strange appearance of strategies through the first few turns. Goes this Monaco vehicle and heavy braking into the right hand. We've got more LMP2s trying to find their way through this battle before raging on. It's been going for quite a while, and it is still continuing around here. And look at that, there's a bit of a traffic jam just behind, heading out onto the Wellington straight then. And it looks like that's the BMW there in third place, holding on to that podium position. So for the moment, unaffected by the battle behind, but it's going to fall to this driver here, the Monaco vehicle, to try and change that situation and mount a charge with Adam Taylor at the wheel there. Look at this though, those LMP2s really fighting to get through, and it looks like they're going to be either side of Adam Taylor. He's going to have to be very careful through there. That's probably a little high mouth moment for him.
It is, for sure, and that was very intense indeed, a breathe-in moment, if you like, for everybody there, as Monaco make their way through in fourth position. Another team stalwarts of the Virtual Endurance Championship, champions in years gone past as well. It's worth remembering, although not in the GT3 class, saying that there's not many champions in the GT3 class at all. To be honest, we've had GTE for a very, very long time. Monaco were champions though 6 years ago now in the LMP2s. Dennis Jordan was the or one of the drivers who took part in that. He's a three-time champion these days, but that was the first of his three that have come two in LMP2 and one in GTE during his successes down the years. Not with them anymore. Instead, he's fighting for an LMP2 championship, of course. But this is all a lot closer in GT3 now. It's the battle from third place on backwards, really. Mark Vaite has just been shoved a bit wide through turn one by one of the LMP2s, and Simfreen go through. That was Kenneth Stratzy really playing the numbers and getting very close to spinning, but he may well go around now. Slight contact, he saves again. Unbelievable driving from all of them now, but they're all getting very aggressive with one another. Kenneth Stratzy nearly went for two spins in one, and Mark Vaite loses 2 places in one there.
I think that was a little bit more than just rubbing his racing, as there was a significant amount of contact between all of these drivers. I'm astounded no one actually went round there, as these guys are getting really on top of each other now. I think getting a bit frustrated. They've been sat in this train for so long, and that's sort of played itself out on track. We've got all sorts of different machinery here fighting for these positions. We've got a Porsche, an Aston Martin, a McLaren, and a Ferrari as well, I think, in the mix for good measure. And there just doesn't seem to be any chance for these guys to get through unless there's a bit of rubbing going on, and that's sort of just seen. And for the moment then, that's going to set the standard for this battle going onwards, I think, and we could see a little bit more of that as a result.
This is very, very exciting to watch indeed, but equally so important with regards to this championship. Black Hawk Racing at the moment only gaining 2 points over Thomas Angus in Racing, who have very much caught the group now in this fight for 5th position, now headed by Yumi Nisula, who gained some places there. Mark Vaite losing them, and he's got to make sure that this doesn't continue. Demican is right behind in the Caspian car, maybe using the hypercar to go through. A bit of aggression as well in the Porsche as he goes down the inside at Stowe Corner. I'll give Mark Vaite the inside for the first part of the final chicane, and if he breaks late enough, he'll have the place, and he does. Demican will now have to look behind him a little bit, as Michał Sedlacek will look for his way through into 8th place.
And once again, GT3 at the centre of attention, as the battling can just be so close around here. Michał Sedlacek, though, currently fighting to defend his position, the position of Thomas Angus as first in the championship, currently in 9th. They're probably going to be approaching this next phase of their race with a little bit of caution now. They've probably witnessed a bit of the contact that's been happening in front, and they won't want to be getting involved in that because they've got a wider race and a wider championship to be thinking about. Currently trying to defend that first position, where their championship rivals are currently sat in 2nd place of this race. So very important phase of the 4 hours for them now. And they'll, I think, be a little bit more cautious than the guys in front of them, as we've seen. We've got the number 8, the 8th place Caspian car here, as you say, with Demican looking backwards and forwards all at the same time, probably trying to take that position off Mark Veit in the 91 Blackhawk. But they are spreading out a little bit now, as well as there's a lot of traffic trying to make its way through there. We've got the LMHs and the LMP2s all finding their way through at the same time. It's running a little bit wide. They both are, it looks like, over the curbs a tiny bit. Sedlacek still not finding any chance to try and push through. As we head through Maggots now, on the very edge of grip is Mark Veit, and he's trying to hold that position well. A bit of a slide on there in Demir Khan's Porsche, but nothing changes significantly as they head out onto the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, so one of the Go Team cars make their way through in Hypercar. By the way, Team Irish have gotten into third place in LMP2, but their moves are being reeled off very quickly at the moment, so no point going and watching there. It is all about GT3 at the moment. So interesting to watch, very exciting from pretty much third place on backwards, actually. Spears and Visceral, who are going to fight for the win, I think, but the fight for the final podium place is going to be very, very exciting indeed, and it has championship implications as well. Even with a third place, Motorzenga Sim Racing could hold on to quite a championship lead, although they would lose 9 points to Visceral should they go on to win here today. That would bring the championship margin down to 25 points, and all of a sudden from 34 to 25 it looks like a closer margin. Once again, it would need some problems for Motorzenga Sim Racing for that to really benefit them, I suppose, but you just never know what can happen at Le Mans, and that just heightens the pressure on Michał Sedlacek here as we ride on board with him, looking for this 8th place at the hands of Caspian Motorsport, currently in the Porsche just ahead of us here.
Yeah, it seems that this battle is stagnated ever so slightly between these guys. A lot of weight riding on Michał Sedlacek at the moment. A big burden placed on his shoulders by the bad luck they had already earlier on in this race, and having started from not a brilliant position either. A lot of recovery having to be achieved by these guys, and you don't want to be, when you're racing in a team sport such as this, you don't want to be the driver who wrecks the car, because then you have to go back to your team and say there's nothing left for you to drive, especially when you're challenging at such a high level, and in their case defending a championship lead. So for the moment, Sedlacek, I think, just trying to keep cool, be consistent around this track, just hack away at these guys bit by bit, and finally, when the opportunity presents itself, grab hold of it and find a way through, because there is still 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. Although that said, there's over a quarter of the race gone already, and as the race goes on, the gaps will just get bigger, and the mountain you have to climb just gets higher and higher.
It very much does. We could do without that. Let's spend a little bit of time on board here with Sedlacek, shall we, and just see how he's getting around this iconic racetrack in towards turn 1. Difficult in the GT3s to deal with such a high downforce corner when you've got so little of it. These cars work on mechanical grip, which will be more apparent through here at turn 3 and 4. That traffic on our outside here, which meant we took a sort of defensive line, if you like, and we have to take quite a wide line. Late apex through turn 4 and a good drive off the corner, crucial here. The LMP2 though has just widened the margin between ourselves and the Caspian Motorsport car just ahead of us here, and so that will be some catching that Michał Sedlacek has to do in the next couple of moments. He'll do some of it into Brooklands as the two ahead are closed in on. It's a sort of late trail braking couple of corners here, looking for another late apex and the run onto this next section. And from here, really, from the exit of Luffield right the way pretty much to the Vale chicane right at the very end of the lap, this is a very high-speed section of the track, and there's very little braking from those 2 points.
Yeah, you are very much at the height of speeds here. I think probably one of the more fun sections of the track. Of course, Maggots and Beckett's, you just got to balance your car perfectly over these curbs. Just being a little bit careful not to take too much liberty, otherwise you might get sent around by a bad bounce. But you can see gaining a little bit of time through there was this vehicle. A bit of the gap in front perhaps helping his what aerodynamic downforce there is through there, giving him just a tad extra grip. Running a little bit wide in front though, it seems Demir Khan costing himself even more times. He looks to be trying to get past Mark Veit then. Into the final few turns then, heavy braking through this left-hander, try and get as far left as possible before swinging it back round to the right, and you're pretty much back on the throttle all the way out onto the main straight to start off the next lap. And the gap has closed a little bit, but it's still not enough to make a move for Michael Sedlacek for the time being.
So into turn one again, Sedlacek not able to find his way through this battle that's really going down from third place, as we mentioned earlier on. Maybe waiting for a bit of traffic here to spice things up. The hypercar not going to do that into turn 4. Sedlacek will be pleased about that one, but we'll have to tuck in behind through Aintree. Demirkan will not be affected particularly, as we've got pit stops in the LMP2 again. Sean Clark racing in from second position, and the encouraging thing again here for Scuderia Ferrari Esports is that they've held 17 seconds in the lead. I don't know how they're able to do this so continuously in LMP2, but Scuderia Ferrari Esports are just constantly able to work out the strategy that gets them to the front.
Yeah, they are very impressive at that aspect of the racing, and endurance racing strategy just has so much more of an impact on the outcome of a race. So once again, sort of pointing to why they have been the championship leaders and seen so much success this season. As you say, they're currently on a 5-race win streak. Only 2 races this season they haven't won. Those are the first 2 all the way back at the start of the season. So at the moment, that Ferrari team once again proving their worth. Ahmet Demirkan though is not in quite the same situation, in 8th place at the moment, looking forwards and backwards. Speaking of the race leaders, here they come now to make their way past as they head up the hill towards Stowe. Hopefully not get tangled up in this. Demirkan having to go wide. There's a bit of contact there as Demirkan doesn't seem to go wide enough, or that Ferrari pushes a little bit too wide. Either way, into the pits go the race leader. Sedlacek has a little look there as that gap closes up quite rapidly as a result of the contact. Still no way to get through as we head back out onto the main straight and across the line to start the next lap. Sedlacek is a lot closer this time round as a result of the contact with the LMP2 leaders. But once again, he's still got to take that position off Demirkan.
Contact again, I'm afraid, for Michał Sedlacek, who was just shoved wide there. Pretty unceremoniously, Demirkan was shoved wide, wasn't he? Sedlacek is the one who's able to capitalise. That was of his own doing. Demirkan going wide through turn 4 there, and Sedlacek will gain as a result. Meanwhile, Timothy Zandanowski comes in from the lead. I wonder whether he maybe short-fielded slightly in LMP2 to get into the lead as well. We'll wait and see on that one. But it's really created some interesting battles there now. Thomas Vack is at the front of a group here containing Tobias Blumsheim just behind for Visceral, and Harry Smith as well for Netrex. So it seems that the LMP2 battles have just kicked off all over again as we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle, which is going to just shake things up all over again.
Yeah, and that's put Team Iris back up into the lead of the race. We've got Thomas Vack, as you say, we're watching with Hyperion Esports. They're defending a 4th place, trying to get around some traffic a little bit. Just behind them in 5th is Tobias Blumstein, a car we've seen a lot of so far this race. Anowski is out of the number 39 Ferrari, and in comes Dennis Jordan to see what he can how he can have an impact on this race. But all the way down to 15th go Ferrari, as they seem to be undercutting the rest of their fields. So that's an interesting course of strategy for them, and coming in much earlier than everyone else. So we'll see what the result of that is on what the other LMP2 drivers decide to do. Martin Hemmingson, though, will be taking a slight sigh of relief for a little moment anyway, as that Iris car is back up into 1st in class, for the moment at least anyway, before they will start pitting too.
I was just slipped a message, by the way, in the last couple of moments by Anthony Nickbon, who has just let me know why Scuderia Ferrari Esports were down in 14th, I think, at their worst point during the race. I didn't know at the time in my head that I didn't think they qualified that badly, and that was true. The initial launch actually wasn't so great, actually, off of the line from them, and so they lost a position immediately, but that wasn't the problem. They got rear-ended by one of the Visceral cars. I don't know which one it was, because they were running nose-to-tail for a lot of that first stint, and it's pretty difficult to tell them apart from the onboard that I saw. However, they definitely got rear-ended into turn 3, the first braking zone of the race. That put them down into 14th position, and so it's been an impressive recovery from Timothy Zandanowski to get them from there back to the lead again, and seemingly their strategy has been unaffected by the opening lap incident.
I see, so that explains the what they've been having to do to find themselves where they were just for that set of pit stops there. We've got yellow flags in sector 3. I'm not sure who's caused those. There doesn't seem to be anything quite significant as we continue on with the rest of the lap. But that's an explanation for the Ferrari's current situation. But as you say, the strategy still playing a role here. And we'll just have to wait to see what happens when the rest of these prototypes pit to see what is the result of their strategy, how it's going to place them for the next stage of the race.
We certainly will. Let's go back to GT3, where Carl Magnus Borre is third, Adam Taylor next, followed by Jimmy Nisler. It's all formed up here once again after a few moments of quiet. LMP2's involved now too, down the inside for one, outside for the other armed Cyber car. If they've not gone a lap down already, by the way, those guys, then they're very close to doing so. In LMP2, that was impossibly close for Jimmy Nisler, although Adam Taylor is going to turn defence into attack here as Carl Magnus Borre is slowed up by one of the LMP2s. Taylor gets down the inside and goes through. Nisler has a huge snap of oversteer through the first corner as well, but might fancy his chances into turn 3. Can't quite do it on the outside there, can he? No is the answer to that one, and he will look for a different way through. But Adam Taylor finally into the podium places that were held by Visceral for so long.
Yeah, that's been a long time coming, actually. I think this battle's probably raging for at least half an hour, if not much more than that. And as a result, finally seeing some results from Monaco. It's just behind Yumi Tsunoda, takes the opportunity there to get past Carl Magnus Borre and find himself in 4th position. It's not going well for that BMW. It seems to be dropping down the order at quite a rate now as we head through Luffield. There's still another car behind. We've got Daniele Canistracci in the number 74 Simframe car, looking to perhaps pose a challenge now as we head out towards Cops. Then the Monaco there with Adam Taylor still now in the podium positions. We'll be quite happy. A long way ahead though to second place, Joao Asensio. Over 46 seconds clear of this battle. So a lot of work to be done if that position is to be challenged. But Carl Magnus Borre is going to be looking in his mirrors as well as we head through Maggots into Beckett's now, as there goes the Netrex car through these guys, trying not to get involved too much, as pushing right to the edge of the track. And as well, we've got one of the hypercars making their way through. In addition, up towards Stowe, then this battle seems to have sorted itself out for the time being, but I don't think Carl Magnus Borre is going to take those losses sitting down. He's going to be looking to strike back and make up those moves once again.
He will. It's still for 3rd place. I thought once that Carl Magnus Borre had been dispatched with, then it would be a little bit easier for these guys, but clearly Adam Taylor and Jimmy Nisler are on pretty similar speed as well, although maybe they are a bit quicker than the Visceral BMW. Into turn 1 they go now, trying to negotiate one of the hypercars who flashes the lights at them, maybe just to let them know that they're there. Taylor defends to the inside though for turn 3. Nisler on the outside, give him the inside for 4 if he can make it there, and he can. He's late on the brakes into turn 4. He's up on the curb though. That's going to give Taylor the run, although it's a long way round there. And it will be for Aintree as well. Forces the LMP2 to go 3 wide on the Wellington straight here. But Nisler with the inside line should be through now, with Carl Magnus Borre waiting to see who he can benefit from, maybe into Brooklands. But no, he's not close enough. Adam Taylor wasn't far enough alongside to hang it round the outside through Brooklands. And Jimmy Nisler is up to 3rd place again.
Yeah, as we head through Woodcote then, Yumi Tsunoda will be very happy about that move he's just made. It was a very effective one. He'll be still defending a little bit from behind because Adam Taylor is still very much filling those rear view mirrors. But Carl Magnus Borre didn't really have any scraps to pick up there. It was a fairly clean move. Not much that could be done through Brooklands as we head now towards Maggots once again, right on the edge of the grip of their cars. Will these guys be heading through towards Beckett's as well? And through goes one of the prototypes there, getting a little bit close, and it goes to show just how much you need to be paying attention to what's in front and behind when you're one of these slower category cars, when you're one of the GT3s, because if you're not paying attention, it's very easy. Those prototypes could sneak up on you, and you might make a mistake that could cost a lot of time. And it's getting very busy now as there's a lot of prototypes heading through. We've got Brabham Esports here, who are looking to make up a move just 0.2 of a second off rFRO SimSport, aiming for 6th place, and 5th place is just in front of them. Charlie Rigo in the number 30 on-off vehicle as we follow with this car at the moment. A bit of a battle here in LMP2. It's been cooking away while we're watching those GT3s as through the farm curve they go towards Village under heavy braking. They spread out a little bit, but either way, this battle continues. We've got the Satellite Racing 3rd place car now under attack from the Wanaco as well in once again in this battle in GT3. Minnesota heading through Brooklands, towards Brooklands rather. At the moment, he seems to have brought out that gap a little bit more, giving himself a bit more breathing room. A bit further down though, the Simframe vehicle is putting a bit of pressure on that Visceral Esports with Magnus, Carl Magnus at the wheel through towards Luffield, then into this right-hander. Following closely is that Ferrari, the Simframe vehicle, not really finding an opportunity to get through quite yet, but it's not been going well for Borro rather, as he might be losing yet another position as Daniele Calastracci putting himself forward in this battle to try and take another position.
It's very different to the first hour where Visceral Esports were pretty comfortably running 2 cars in the podium places. The second of them, of course, running in 3rd. For the moment, this is really like a battle for the race lead, isn't it? Really, take BS Zoom competition and Visceral Esports first car out of the equation. And you've got a great fight here. Daniele Calastracci is flashing his lights already, and there it is, because he has been shoved out the way there through Maggots and Beckett's. That wasn't nice at all, as João Asensio gets a penalty here. Now, I believe that could be for track cuts. Not good news for, well, where would it have been? I guess turn 1 maybe, where he would have gotten that latest infringement, but not good news because they need to gain as many points as they can on Thomas Enger Sim Racing. With a drive-through penalty, they're not going to lose any places, but the chance for them to win is diminished, which is the problem.
But yeah, they've been doing very well as well to keep within a fairly decent distance of the race leaders, only 4.5 seconds back for pretty much the whole race now. They have been, but as you say, a drive-through penalty is going to really reduce those chances of perhaps taking that first place. 45 seconds clear still of Yumi Asula, so it doesn't look like that position will be lost. But either way, not an ideal set of circumstances for the other Visceral cars. So bad luck all round, it seems, across the Visceral garages as they are losing time and position all at the same time, it seems, with an hour and a half complete, 3/8 of this race complete, and just 2.5 hours left to go. A long way, you might say, but it's going down very quickly, that clock timer.
It is very much getting towards an end here in this race. Already nearly halfway through this one. So, when will João Asensio take this penalty? It's not going to be now, as there's a couple of LMP2s fighting right behind him. Not for any of their major positions, but doesn't make it any less of a fight in LMP2. I think it's for, what's that, 16th maybe in class. It is John Davies trying to hang on for Undercover Rain. They've been fighting for a while, actually, in LMP2. But not too many fights actually going on there. It's been all about GT3 for the last few moments, and I think Daniele Calastracci is showing himself to be the quicker driver here in this fight for 5th position. Carl Magnus Borre was given a bit of a margin as a result of Calastracci being barged out the way through Maggots and Beckett's 1 lap ago, but the Simframe driver has already been able to sort of halve that margin to the BMW, and is already looking for a way through into 5th place all over again.
Yeah, really keeping up that pressure. Once again, we've seen piled on pretty much for the last few laps now by Daniele Calastracci, not finding a way through just yet, but that gap continues to close, and under pressure still is Carl Magnus Borre. As we look through as well, just a little bit further back is Michael Sedlacek in the number 70 Thomas Enger vehicle. He is now just in 8th place, so a position has been made there. So slowly but surely that car looks to be ascending up the order. But if they want to be if they want to end up where they're aiming, that rate needs to increase quite significantly. Although that said, Demican is fending them off. I'm not sure how much longer he'll be able to hold that position, as through go the LMP2, the Ferrari rather, no longer the class leaders, I don't believe, at the moment, as Team Iris have taken the lead there. But either way, the GT3s once again providing a significant chunk of the on-track entertainment at this stage of the race.
They very much are. LMP2 out of whack slightly because of pit stops for now. That's why Scuderia Ferrari Esports can't be viewed on the left-hand side. They are instead down the field in... where are they? They're quite a long way back. Still, Dennis Jordan here. He is in 10th place in the LMP2 field, but will gain positions as a result. It's a very interesting dynamic between Team Iris and Scuderia Ferrari Esports. From my understanding of what's going on at the moment, I think this car is running the tank dry pretty much every time, and they're putting a full tank of fuel back in again, and new tyres as well, at least some new tyres every time, or most times at the very least. And Scuderia Ferrari Esports are pretty much splitting this race into 40-minute stints. So what that means is you can short fuel slightly on each of your stints, whereas Team Iris are going for the one big short fill at the end and a short stint to end the race. And Scuderia Ferrari are going for sort of 6 shorter stints at just 40 minutes, which is comfortably done in LMP2. Meanwhile, yellow flag in the first sector.
I think that's David Berenek with the 34 Sean Clark just coming out the pit lane, it looks like.
Is it? I'm not entirely sure.
There was a car going very slowly there anyway. I think that was his vehicle. He seems to have got going though.
It does. It was through turn 1 where a LMP2 was in a very precarious position, and I thought it was Enzo Deseu, but clearly not, unless he's just got back going again. Canistrazzi trying to defend at the moment. That was a move on Adam Taylor, I think, who's clearly dropped back here. The Monaco car has had problems because he's dropped behind Visceral and Simfrey.
That's a significant development. It was looking very strong, was Adam Taylor just a moment ago, so something must have happened for those 2 positions to have been lost, and that's put the Visceral up into 4th place then, back where it was at the start of this battle. So it seems that it's been somewhat reset, but this Simfrey car has made its way up the order a little bit more, so probably quite pleased with that. But Yimini Sula still holding the 3rd position, a little bit out in front of these guys. That gap up to now 4 seconds. But yeah, something must have happened to Adam Taylor for him to have lost all those positions so suddenly.
Must have done. I thought the Monaco car was running very well indeed, but and it still is to some degree, but there's clearly been some problem. Maybe for Mark Veit as well. He's dropped behind both Caspian and Thomas Enger Sim Racing in the last few moments. It's now 7th and 8th for those two, but 9th place for the Black Hawk Racing car. It's still 24 minutes from the top of the hour, and so quite a way away from pit stops. These guys will probably need another 12 laps out of their tanks of fuel if they can manage it, and they will certainly hope so. Look at the distance that Yimi Nissara has got though on these guys, as one of the Visceral cars is into pit lane. Carl Magnus Borre is into pit lane. Now, what is that all about? That seems to be a drive-through penalty. I didn't see that come up on the top of the screen. I saw a penalty for the sister car. Didn't see one for them, I've got to be honest.
No, I didn't see that either, so that's something I wasn't quite expecting. I mean, the good thing about Silverstone, if you do have a drive-through, is that you're cutting out that final chicane anyway, so you don't lose too much time. But regardless, you're still losing time down into 9th. This is good news for Thomas Enger, though, as they inherit 7th position and continue their move up the order to try and minimise the damage that they're about to take into their championship lead, with their competitors in 2nd, both in the championship and now also in this race as well. So that's Borre there. Probably not too pleased with how that's all paid out for him, taking a penalty and losing a lot of time. That's going to have undone a lot of the hard work he'd been doing to keep his positions, but he had been moving down the order already. It seemed that his luck had turned in the last 15 minutes or so.
Well, It's a shame for Visceral, who have seen their very good start fall apart ever so slightly in the last few moments. Still very overcast conditions here at Silverstone, as we mentioned earlier, not expecting any rain necessarily. You do never know what can happen, but we're just expecting a very gloomy day at Silverstone today. That means the last time we saw rain is getting to be quite a long time ago now in the Virtual Endurance Championship, unless I'm misremembering, which often happens. But it's been quite a while since we saw a bit of rain. Maybe Le Mans will be wet once again. Remember, in the previous year, not last year, but the year before, a very wet start to Le Mans. We covered the first 6 hours of the race, as we normally do for 24-hour races these days, and I think there were 2 periods of dry and 2 periods of wet in just those first 6 hours. It makes it very, very difficult to decide what to do, especially at such a long circuit where your decisions and your winnings are amplified, but in the same way your weaknesses and bad decisions are amplified too. Daniele Canestrazzi into the wall and contact with one of the LMP2s. It was through turn 2 when the Simframe car was trying to avoid getting overtaken by one of the LMP2s, which was trying to lose as little amount of time as possible. But there was contact, I'm afraid, between Daniele Canestrazzi and the LMP2 there, which I believe
it's the 27 Netrex, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Was running quite well. It didn't look like a Netrex car actually. Maybe it was the car in front of them. Was it Valtteri Karolainen maybe who went for that one in the Go Team car? I reckon it might have been. Just as you're trying to shorten the distance in a downforce car, you've got to remember the GT3s can't quite do that, and there was contact between the two of them.
And that's a disaster all round, really. Here's a replay of what happened through turn 1 in towards the farm curve then. They're going side by side. It looks like just a light bit of contact, but the very edge of grip and the high speeds there is enough to send them both off the track. Doesn't seem like too much damage perhaps sustained for Daniele Canestrazzi, but either way, damage is damage, and it's not what you want. And time lost as well. We've got a replay here from above. Through the left-hander then. Just the lightest of taps, and I don't think the LMP2 realised just how wide those GT3s have to go on the exit of the farm curve. But a bit of contact either way, time lost and perhaps damage sustained as well.
Yeah, very much so. It's just those fine margins, isn't it, really? And as I say, as an LMP2 driver, or indeed a driver of any downforce car in one of these multi-class races where the GTs have to be lapped many times a race, got to remember through these high-speed corners that the GT3s can't hold as tight of a line as you can. So while it's beneficial to squeeze the car as much as possible on the inside there, Canestrazzi was effectively keeping it to the left as much as he possibly could through turn 2, but GT3 naturally does drift out to the right-hand side there. It looks from some angles to the untrained eye that Canestrazzi has drifted into the LMP2 there and he's at fault, but it's actually the downforce car that has to give the space on the inside there. And while he might have just misjudged it slightly, it is still the fault of the LMP2 driver in my mind that you've got to give a little bit more space to these cars that rely more on mechanical grip.
Yeah, most certainly, and as a result, just the license of contact as well, because there's not really anything the GTs can do to react in that situation. If they back off, they'll continue on their trajectory anyway. If they brake, they'll just go straight forwards into you. Either way, when you've got downforce, you've got the ability to just give that room, especially if you're on the outside. And I think it falls on you, especially if you're the one making the overtake, if you're the one overlapping. You want to be careful that you don't tangle yourself up, because margins are margins, you don't want to fall on the wrong side. And cutting off a tenth of a second here by being a bit closer is sort of offset by losing the amount of time you do from an incident like that. Michael Sedlacek, though, will be not necessarily pleased, but he'll be seeing that he's up into 6th position now as Thomas Enger continue that almost recovery drive as they try and move their way forwards. They had an incident earlier. They didn't have the greatest start in the first place, but now the amount of points they are going to lose to the 58 Visceral vehicle is going to be reduced even more. And if this car can get up into the top 5, that gap will be reduced exponentially. So it's looking fairly well for them as we head towards the second half of this race now. It looks like they're going to be able to minimise the damage a little bit more bit by bit as they move their way up this order.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go, just over 2 hours, but in the grand scheme of things, a Virtual Endurance Championship race, it's not a long one, of course, just 4 hours here at Silverstone this afternoon, and we're just about to hit the halfway mark of this one. Battle for 5th place, important one with regards to this championship. Ahmet Demirkan currently in that 5th place, ahead of Michał Sedlacek, championship leader for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, currently losing points to Visceral Esports, who are currently running 2nd, but they can gain another one here, can Thomas Enger Sim Racing, if they make their way through to 5th place. That's another point for them, and it's worth noting as well that they've effectively been given 2 free points in the last few moments. Carmen Esparre's drive-through penalty and Daniele Canestrazzi's spin has given them 2 places.
Yeah, they are seeing luck sort of fall into their hands at the moment, just being sort of, yeah, as you say, sort of given those places. But part of that is the work of their own part, just being consistent, not taking any risks, not being involved in any of those such incidents, and just finding their way forward by just being consistent. Because they do have a significant lead in the championship. It's not a decisive lead, as we can see, but either way, they'd rather lead with a gap this big than a gap perhaps bigger if they take any more risks and those risks turn out bad for them. Because going into Le Mans, they're probably going to be quite confident anyway, and that they'll be hoping that they can secure the win there if they just do fairly decently here, I think. Perhaps playing their cards with a look forwards rather than a look at the situation at the moment.
Yeah, oh, here we go. Side by side, Sedlacek looking for the outside here. Demirkan breaks late on the inside line there, but he's only going to open himself up to attack on the exit, but he keeps a very tight line out the corner. Sedlacek flashes the lights there. Not sure he can be particularly displeased with any of that. That was just good defending from Demirkan as far as I can see. He just kept that tight line on the exit of the chicane because he knew that he was going to be opened up by a poor exit. Otherwise, he might as well try and slow Sedlacek and halt his run if he can. That's only going to incentivise the driver behind him, though, to overtake him even further. May happen again here. Will he do the same? No. Sedlacek may have been expecting it, though, and he just backed off slightly from the Porsche. Has he got a good enough run to really challenge down into Brooklyn? He's weaving around. He's clearly unhappy being stuck behind the Porsche.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he's so displeased with. As you said, it seemed fairly fair racing, I suppose, from Demirkan just in front a moment ago. Perhaps looking back, as Mark Bate has closed up that gap once more. I think Sedlacek feels he's a lot quicker at the moment than Demirkan, and he's losing a lot of time perhaps behind. Perhaps that's part of the source of the frustration as they head towards Copse now. It's going to be a high-speed corner, and we'll see whether Sedlacek keeps his emotions in check as this chance is beginning to present itself. We could see a move up into the top 5, which would be good news for the Thomas Enger outfit as they are moving forwards through Maggots, then in towards Beckett, keeping nice and close. The mechanical grip of GT3s allowing them to follow so closely through that section of the track. Out of a Chapel, then onto the Hanger Straight. We've got the Netrex LMP2 making its way past, trying not to get involved in this battle. A sniff of the inside line, but Sedlacek doesn't like the smell. He's going to move back behind Demirkan and towards the last few turns of the lap into the chicane. No chance there. We saw them battling a bit closer last lap around, but not the same case this time.
No, not quite. Out onto the front straight again here. Sedlacek starting to lose time in this battle now. 2.5 seconds up to Adam Taylor in 4th place now. A further 7.5 to Yimi Nittila. Sedlacek might be seeing positions he thinks he could have got slipping away from him, maybe going into the distance, because as we said time and time again, there's not enough time in this race to really wait around. More flashing of the lights here from Sedlacek. He's almost pushing that button more than he's pressing the accelerator at the moment in that race car. It's particularly heightened tensions between these two. I guess the other thing that's really urging Sedlacek on is the presence of the Blackhawk car right behind. Mark Veit is recovering after an incident a couple of moments ago. Well, I'd say a couple of moments, but probably about 20 minutes ago now, half an hour maybe, where he lost these two positions. He's closed in though, and Sedlacek is maybe feeling the urgency as a result of that as well.
Yeah, I think so. Sedlacek has seen Mark Vaite close up pretty rapidly over the last few laps, and that Black Hawk is looking fairly intimidating, especially with that dark livery in those rear view mirrors, given the extra impetus for the Thomas Wenger car to try and get forward, and Mark Vaite, Demirkan rather, isn't giving that opportunity that Sedlacek desperately wants. He's really making him work for his food at the moment, and that 5th place he is not willing to give up. So Caspian Motorsport probably quite satisfied with the performance of Demirkan at the moment, doing a great job at defending that 5th place, but I'm not sure how long he's going to be able to keep doing that for us. Once again, we're on the straight. It looks like Sedlacek's pretty close again as we head back up the hill into this braking zone, perhaps down the inside. Look at that, the gap's less than a car length between the two of them, as once again we head towards the final chicane. There's going to be a hypercar, an LMP2 rather, to throw into the mix, and that's going to compromise the entrance there for Demirkan. Is it going to be enough for Sedlacek to find a way through? It doesn't quite seem like it, but look at the gap of the two of these as they head back out onto the main straight. Once again, this battle continues, and there's quite a lot of traffic trying to make its way through as well. We've got the Scuderia Ferrari in the background, and one of the hypercars make his way through, and that's going to split the two of them actually, and that could play into the hands of Demirkan a little bit, as look how close they are going through the farm curve. A little bit tense perhaps in those cockpits as they avoid any contact with those who they aren't actually racing.
Yeah, that was Scuderia Ferrari actually being slowed up by the hypercar. One of those weird moments where the slower class overall in a lap actually quicker on the way down to the braking zone. The LMP2 is a bit lighter and can sometimes brake a bit later, and with the GT3s getting ABS and all the driving assists and aids that they get, means that they can sometimes have a real disparity on the way down towards big braking zones, like turn 3, of course. Sedlacek looking to the inside again. Got to be careful putting his nose in there. On the grass again there, but you can just see how loose the Ferrari is on the exit there. You wouldn't think he's got traction control as he slid his way out of the turn, right behind the Caspian car. More flashing of the lights. He's really trying to get into the head of Demirkan.
Yeah, he's really pushing as hard as possible. You can see through Luffield, as you said, was right behind him, right on the edge of grip. Now as we head into Maggots, we've got yellow flags in Sector 2. I think that's the last place LMP2 that's just gone off in front of these guys, actually, as they continue onwards onto the hangar straight. And once again, Sedlacek is close behind. Can he make a move work, though? That's the real question. He's within a tenth of a second. He's going to move to the outside, it looks like, up into Stowe, holding the outside line. It will become the inside if he can keep his nose in as they head towards the final chicane. Then down the inside of Demirkan, under braking they go. It looks like he's just about managed to squeeze through. He now needs to block any way back through for that Porsche as they head out onto the main straight, and he uses his Ferrari like a block on the road, and he's able to take that position and hold it. A very good overtake there from Michael Sedlacek, setting up all the way back on the exit of the Chapel corner.
It's been a long time coming, but Michał Sedlacek is into the top 5, so another point gained for Thomas Wenger Sim Racing in their charge for a championship here today. It doesn't look like it's going to be sealed today by any means, with Bissell having such a good day. However, it's a good start for them nevertheless, and finally through on Caspian. I mean, there were times there where I thought Sedlacek was really unhappy with the way that that battle was being raced, if you like, but from Demirkan, but I really didn't see anything wrong with that throughout the fight. I just saw it as good hard racing. Demirkan was giving him plenty of space here on the exit of Stowe corner. There was nothing wrong in my mind with any of that. Meanwhile, something wrong here. Andrew Holland has had a disconnection, I'm afraid, and that has put the number 67 Satellite Racing car down on pit lane.
And it's very unfortunate for them. That's going to cost them pretty much a lap, as they'll have to recover that when they rejoin, if they can get going again, which hopefully they will. They've still got a few positions back to last, so there's still things to play for between them, but of course connection issues, something you don't get in real life, but definitely a danger to these races. A little bit unstable there was Demirkan, as he is now under pressure from Mark Vaite as well, looking to try and avoid losing 2 positions in quick succession, as there's a bit of an LMP2 going round the outside as they head back up towards the hill. We'll see what Mark Vaite's able to do if he wants to make this position work. A little sniff of the outside line, nothing to be made there. there's the LMP2 leaders just going through around the inside. But once again, this battle seems to be calmed down a little bit, and I think Mark Veit is going to have to learn, much like Sedlacek did, that an overtake on this vehicle is going to take more than just a corner to set up.
It certainly is. It's going to take quite a while to work your way through past Ahmet Demirkan. Is a seasoned virtual endurance championship driver these days for Caspian Motorsport, who I think made their first appearance in the virtual endurance championship, or one of their first anyway, after winning the we used to have a feeder series back in the day, and by winning the championship there, you got an entrance for Le Mans. I think they were the team that won that entrance that year, and were able to enter in a BMW. And then, after not being in the season at all season long, which was very rare at the time, we didn't have the promotion and relegation mid-season back then, but they were able to get an entry for Le Mans that way, and they nearly won, but not quite. Unfortunately, an incident out of the second chicane put an end to that. I'm pretty sure that was them. Might be smashing two teams together there, but anyway, he's been around for a while as Demirkan in the series now. Brief yellow flag in Sector 1 cleared very quickly. There's very much clumps of traffic around the circuit now. This is one of them. Battles in any class, when you're not in hypercar, really forces traffic to clump all together, and that is exactly what we're seeing here at the moment. We saw it go through in LMP2 actually there as well, as Thomas Vack was trying to find his way past Tobias Blumschein. In fact, they're still behind these two, so just up in front, I guess, was another couple of drivers, maybe Brambilla and Berenek, who are getting a bit closer together maybe at the moment, but we'll wait and see. More flashing of the lights. Thomas Vack urging the hypercar ahead of them to get on with it a little bit. But this is a pretty big bit of traffic for this battle in LMP2 to work its way through. For fifth place, Tobias Blumschein trying to do his best to hold on, sliding his way off the road at Stowe Corner.
Yeah, and this is an absolutely rammed bit of track. There's cars all over the place, and battles occurring in different classes all at the same time, all at the same portion of the track. Yeah, as you say, we've got Tobias Blumschein here in fifth place. He's got a second ahead, but he's also going to be looking a little bit behind as well. We've got the Hyperion, as you said, Thomas Vack, just a second behind him, so it's all pretty close. There's Tobias Blumschein here down the inside under heavy braking. It looks like he's going to be able to make that move work. Yes, he does. Past the number 14 and up there, he has taken the position, I think, and it is getting very close between these guys. We've got David Berenek now just behind, half second in the number 34 Sean Clark vehicle, having just been overtaken. He's got a little look behind him as well, because not far behind that is Thomas Vack, who's closed up quite rapidly, and it doesn't seem to have been an ideal entrance there into Luffield for David Berenek. That could compromise him on the exit and give the Hyperion vehicle the run it needs to perhaps make a move, although Cops would be quite a risky place to make such a move. As they go through now, you're going to hang back, will the Hyperion, seeing fit not to try and pose a challenge to Berenek there, which is probably a wise decision. But this battle raging pretty fiercely, and drivers that have been, I think, at the wheels for a large portion of the race. This Tobias Blumschein's been in that LMP2 since the start. There's big contact there as the Hyperion, I think, goes round. David Berenek holds onto it well. Thomas Vack actually also just about holds onto it, but it's going to cost him a lot of time, and that's very unfortunate for him there. Could have ended up a lot worse though.
He went for the inside at Beckett's, and that is dangerous at the best of times. He did well to save it in the end, but Thomas Vack was very over-ambitious in that one, I would say. Most of these teams, actually in LMP2, have made driver changes so far, apart from Visceral, I think, who were going for something a bit different today. Daniele Brambilla and Tobias Blumschein have both been in from the start, but we've got new drivers elsewhere. Dennis Jordan leading the race, Felix Neuberger in second. David Berenek, who we were just watching, Thomas Vack as well, because Patrick Sikorsky started this car, I believe. So most of those at the front of the field are indeed changes of driver. Good to see that Malik Kakmakli is watching along in YouTube. He says that it was indeed Caspian who won an entry to Le Mans that year and nearly won the race despite not doing any of the season, which, as I say, was quite amazing at the time. It says good memory. Well, don't take that for normal. It's not normally that good for me, the memory, but there we go. Good to see that, that I was right on that occasion. Good to see that they're still in the series as well. Meanwhile, for 7th place, Valtteri Karjalainen has been caught now by Viktor Ivanov. Well, he was a lot closer at the start-finish line, put it that way, in this battle for 7th position. We'll see if this changes, but I reckon this is sort of the first of a couple of drivers who are maybe a bit too far away to be in the conversation for the race win. I feel like the top 6 are all sort of there or thereabouts. Of course, Scuderia Ferrari Esports leading the way by quite some distance, but from 7th on backwards, you start to get from quite a long way down, and indeed Karjalainen is a minute off the race lead at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem that in certain areas of the track at least, the drivers are fairly spread out. I'm not sure the same can be said for these guys. Once again, Valtteri Karjalainen, as we see on track with the Netrex, it looks like just behind him. But as you say, there's a Brabham as well, not far behind. Mika Hakimi perhaps posing a challenge. We'll see whether he's able to close up to these guys. But look at the pace with which Viktor Ivanov seems to be closing up on this Go Team car. It looks like that gap is coming down quite quickly, and perhaps a move can be made as we go on to start a next lap. We're almost at the halfway point of this race as well. So it goes to show just how quickly these 4-hour races go in comparison to some of the other lengths that we run in the VEC. And it shows that each position, each lap just matters so much more because there are so many fewer to actually make any moves, make significant changes out on the track yourself.
It definitely is. Just coming up to halfway here, Hugo. It's been a good start to the race. I think it's fair to say we've been royally entertained from start to middle here, let's say, so far. It's not been really about hypercar. Colin Spork has been leading the way there for the entirety of the race, but LMP2 is still very much up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen there, and in GT3 as well. I mean, it could go either way with BS Competition and Visceral Esports mobbing the front there. The battles in the midfield exciting in both of those categories as well. It's been a good return to Silverstone so far.
Yeah, it has been. We've been action-packed right from the start. We've had so much going on in all of the different classes, and that we've still got a long way, a lot of fun to come, I think, from all of these drivers as they continue fighting quite fiercely with each other. And we can see one just bubbling away on screen at the moment, and that pretty much sums up the race as a whole so far.
It certainly does. Thanks very much to Hugo Barrage, who's been with us for the first couple of hours of this race. We hit the halfway mark now in the 4 hours of Silverstone, the penultimate round in the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. It will still be myself, Ewan O'Leary, taking you to the end of the race, but this time alongside Zach Sweeney, who now joins me. Still a couple of hours to go here, Zach, in what is an endurance race, billed as, of course, but only 4 hours in this one. Not a long race by any means, and not that long to go, so plenty of interest to come for us up ahead, I think. A lot of it's going to be in LMP2 and GT3, I'd imagine, but hopefully we can get the odd hypercar battle out there as well.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, this is the second 4-hour race that we have got this season, all the way back in November of last year when we took to Bahrain. And, well, anyone that's seen the start of that race can sort of see why it's sort of that weird crossover between an endurance race and a sprint race, because you've got a little bit of time to sort of focus on longevity, but relative to some other races, it definitely takes on quite a bit of a sprint dynamic in that as well. Probably the GT3s, probably no more than 4 pit stops over the course of the entire race distance. So, yeah, it sort of takes on both dynamics as such, which is why we're having some plenty of battles out on track, but still holding quite nicely onto that strategical necessity really that you'd expect from a VEC race.
Yeah, even at this kind of distance. So this is the first hypercar battle we've seen for a little while, actually, although it may be spoiled by the pit stop cycle, which is about to start, and Roland Toff is going to kick that off. So Colin Spork is leading the way, and we've seen that from start to now particularly. It's been a very good race so far for Race Clutch. They are the championship leaders as well by 22 points, and it's worth remembering that you can seal a title today if you do well enough as the championship leader with only one round to go at Le Mans, and especially in hypercar where there's only 8 starters for this one, it means that you really do need to close in if you're Winchick Racing. Simframe aren't even here, so it seems to be down to a 2-horse race. Winchick Racing with Martin Mergley have been running second for most of the day, and they may well continue to run second after the pit stop cycle, but even second they are still losing points.
Yeah, and points that they can't afford to lose at all. I mean, it can all come down to Le Mans, absolutely. I mean, Race Clutch, they've been very, very strong thus far this season. They won the season opener, of course, again at round 3, round 5, and then, of course, last time out at Sebring, taking the victory to make it 4 wins. And they have been dominant, but Winchick as well, they've had a couple of wins themselves. They've not necessarily had the best of luck or best consistency, which has seen them drop down a little bit. But if they want any chance of winning the championship, at very least, they need to finish second. I don't necessarily think they're going to be able to challenge Race Clutch as such. That's going to be a very, very tough ask unless Colin Spork miraculously disconnects or something drastic goes wrong with them that has, severe bad luck, whether that's today or in a couple of months' time. Actually, it's all the way in June that we head to Le Mans. Yeah, essentially Winchick need to effectively finish second today or on the podium and then hope for a miracle in a few months' time.
Never good when you're hoping for a miracle, especially, but it may be the case. Of course, you need to complete 50% of the distance of your class winner to be classified for scoring race points during Le Mans, so that may be something that they hold on to, but they get 45 points immediately for starting the race. If any championship leader holds more than 45 points going into Le Mans, then they just need to start the race for them to be champions. I don't think that's going to be the case, though, to be honest, in any of the classes. Even with Scuderia Ferrari Esports leading the way, is it going to get out to 45 points? You would suggest not, as things stand. 38 points would be the current margin between them if things stay as they are for Dennis Jordan, who is leading the way. It's all kicked off again in GT3 as well here, as Yimi Nisler is now ahead of Eunice Ravio. There's pit stop cycles to still work themselves through, though I believe they're anyway, so we'll figure that out when we get there, because Adam Pincess is leading the way, not what I said before. Brabham Esports, they are still waiting for a pit stop in the Mercedes. You'd see them come in just now. Maki Yupi is into the PS Plus Zoom competition car, and it is Diogo Silva in the Visceral car just behind. There's the margin, 2.3 seconds. That's your race pretty much. Those two have been the class of the field so far, and it's a straight fight between them.
And that's exactly the way that we want it. Still half of the race left to go, though, so let's see how these two get on in their respective battle. But 2.5 seconds, it's not a lot. Maybe with how close they have been, it's going to be difficult to close on out-and-out pace, but one small mistake from Maki Yupi out in front, and very quickly that's maybe, if it's a slight off track, that goes down to 2 seconds, another one maybe down to 1 second, and very quickly Diogo Silva is giving him a hard time in his rearview mirrors. Still time for strategical developments as well, but of course both of them in the BMW, obviously pending setup changes and things like that. It essentially is best man wins.
Exactly. You wouldn't imagine there's going to be any driver change, any difference in strategy, anything at all, actually. It's going to be all about those two to the end of the race. So let's see how that goes. Meanwhile, Colin Spork into the pit lane from the overall race lead. There he is, right down towards the end of pit lane. It may well be a new race leader for Seawolf. They would do if they were a bit closer, to be honest. They're still a lap down on the leader. They unlap themselves. Get themselves, oh no, they don't unlap themselves, graphics aligned to me entirely. They get to the lead just briefly. Colin Spork makes his way back out there, although it's not Colin Spork, it's Peter Burlak who heads his way out there, one FSR World Champion for another, and Burlak will probably take that car to the end of the race as well. It really simplifies driver stints, a 4-hour race. Just split it in half down the middle in Hypercar and GT3.
Easy peasy, really, then. And yeah, I mean, realistically, you probably could do the whole 4 hours by yourself, obviously, whether or not the rules allow that or whatever, but for sake of simplicity, just one driver change, boom, 2 hours each, and off you go. Same is true, I suppose, kind of for 6-hour races as well. You can just sort of maybe keep it with 2 drivers, do 2 hours each, and obviously one of them does 2 stints. So definitely does work quite nicely with these short races. And of course, with that, with there being less drivers, there's less compromise with setup and things like that. They can really focus in on what helps those 2 drivers to obviously make the car go fast. The more drivers you add, the more difference there is in the driving styles and the more compromises you have to make with the setup. It means that obviously with Colin Sport, Petter Berlak, and all their years, well, Colin Sport not necessarily years of experience, a couple under his belt, but Petter Berlak definitely, all their skill behind their belt, let's put it that way, focused in on making that car as rapid as can be. And well, race coach, they've been, well, yeah, rapid all season long.
Yes, Petter Berlak won the FSR World Championship 9 years ago now, in 2015. It's been quite a while. Adam Taylor just stepping into the YouTube chat to say that was interesting. Well, it was a very interesting stint indeed. Mark Veit there as well. And it's not going to end there. Nico Barkley just ahead of Wojtek Polesny. Barkley has taken over from Adam Taylor. We've got Wojtek Polesny in for Michał Stydlacek. Again, splitting the race in half. And this has been a good recovery for Thomas Engersim Racing. They were spun around by the Monaco car of Adam Taylor in the final chicane early on in the first stint of the race. But they've been able to recover well. They're up to 5th place now. And this will be worth another couple of points if they can get ahead of Nico Barkley.
Yeah, exactly that, and moving their way from 5th into 4th, obviously through the loop, and eyeing up that move. Probably won't be too long until they are looking to send the move. Nico Barkley, of course, going to be under a little bit of pressure. Wojtek Polesny in the slipstream looking menacing, but is it worth taking risks? I mean, of course, Thomas Enger, they've got a good, 34-point lead coming into today in the championship. It's not necessarily like they're in much of a rush and not like they've got a desperate need for these points. Of course, they do help, but it's more just extending the gap more than it already is, rather than sort of, I suppose, being under threat from losing the championship lead. So they're in a very fortunate position where they can, to an extent, sort of take a chill pill, take their time, sit here for a couple of laps and, well, slowly move their way through the pack.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on that battle for 4th place though, but I'm going to go to the lead of the race just now, because BS Plus Zoom competition are leading the way, and they've just had a driver change as well. Juha-Matti Juppi is now at the wheel of that BMW, and we've got Eunice Ravio joining us in the broadcast chat as well to have a bit of a word with us after that first stint. Welcome in, Eunice. Good to have you with us again, and good to have you with us finally off the back of a better stint for yourself. I feel like the times we've talked to you in the past, something has gone disastrously wrong, but not this time at Silverstone. It's been a good first couple of hours for you. How are you finding it out there?
And you just have to say that, yeah, first of all, hello. And yeah, I just want to say that I'll never forgive you guys for voting for this track instead of Imola. but yeah, it's been nice so far, but there's still like almost 2 hours to go, so you never know what can happen, and especially the traffic is at times quite well, interesting, but so far we haven't really had any context, so yeah.
Yeah, been good so far for you guys. Yeah, we haven't mentioned it so far, but this race was indeed previously supposed to be Imola, but moves to Silverstone instead. What has the BMW been like around here? Because it is a fight, straight fight pretty much between yourselves and Visceral Esports, a couple of BMWs at the front of the field. Is it a track that suits this car particularly well? Is it just the 2 teams that are rising to the front? How is the car feeling around here?
I mean, BMW in general is really good in like fast corners, and this track has a lot of them, so the car is obviously quite good here. And we were expecting a bit like nerf in terms of BOP, but it never came, so yeah, quite surprised there. Yeah, the car doesn't really like straight. It's not very good on acceleration. But because there's so many like fast corners here, it's quite good.
And it's just 3 seconds now between yourselves and Visceral Esports. What's the key over the next hour and 50 minutes or so to help you to win this race, with a lot of racing, of course, and one more pit stop to go as well?
yeah, the key is just to like keep out of trouble, and yeah, I'm not sure about the strategy we have actually, but like I was doing half double stints, so I had like hard tires on the right, and well, actually I had to start with like hard tires on both sides, but then on the first stop I benched left side to the mediums and kept the old hards on the right. But as it turns out, it's not actually the fastest way to go. I think you should have just like used either hards or mediums and done a single stint instead.
Well, it's still got you the race lead for now. Do you think Juhi will be able to hold on for the win?
Nah, he should be able. He haven't done like that many laps of practice so far, but what I saw yesterday, he's doing fine. So yeah, I'm confident.
All right, thanks very much, Jonas, for coming to have a chat with us, and good luck for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Jonas Ravio there chatting to us at the end of his couple of stints for BS Plus Zoom competition. Always reliable, Zach, with regards to coming to chat to us, a stalwart of the Virtual Endurance Championship over the last years, and might be on his way back to the top step again here for BS Plus Zoom competition. It's been a long while since they've been able to do that. A few races ago, at the start of this year, they were winners at the Daytona 24 hours in Division 2, but with regards to Division 1 victory, it's been a little while, and seemingly somewhat confident despite a fairly narrow leading margin for now.
I mean, 3 seconds, it's a decent gap, as I say. I mean, when it comes to out-and-out pace, with how close both teams have been, there's probably only a couple of tenths a lap on raw pace that separates them. So of course for Diogo Silva to actually go and close that gap on raw pace, it is going to be fairly difficult. Of course the tough thing is for you and Makiupi is to keep it on the grey stuff, not make any mistakes, not get involved in traffic. Of course only one of those things is necessarily in his control 100% of the time, but all in all it seems to be a fairly good day in the office for BS Plus Zoom competition, looking very, very strong and very confident in the machine they've got behind them as well. Obviously Silverstone lending itself really, really nice to how the BMW drives, which he didn't sound too happy that we weren't going to Imola as opposed to Silverstone. But all in all, I think probably Silverstone suits that car and suits that team better to put them in this position to win.
Yeah, well, I was thinking the same thing actually. It has the change actually sort of demotivated them in some ways, and thinking, I was looking forward to Imola, but it's actually helped them in regards of the track being a good one, I suppose, for that car. Maybe. Of course, we'll never know. This race, as I mentioned previously, was meant to be at Imola. That was changed, though, a fair amount of time ahead of time for Silverstone. That's not uncommon. Well, I say it's not uncommon. It doesn't happen very often in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but it's not the first time that a calendar has changed mid-season. You may remember back to, I think it was season 8, like 8 years ago now, when the Virtual Endurance Championship was meant to have a Daytona 24 hours that season. Eventually we managed to get it here in season 16 back in January, you may remember, but we were meant to have one in the January, or certainly in the winter of 2016, 15-16 winter, but we never got it. We went to Spa that year instead as a result of a track change mid-season, so that's just what sometimes happens. Meanwhile, we've got a battle for the lead maybe brewing here. Petter Burlak has closed in on Seawolf Net Race, who are currently the race leaders with 1 hour and 44 to go.
Yeah, indeed. So Petter Burlak trying to get himself back into the race lead. Race clutch looking very, very strong in their stead. Of course, bit of traffic to contend with in order to sort of assist him in that pursuit. But at the moment, yeah, Ben Crook's leading the way for Seawolf Net Race. One of 2 cars, both of them at the moment inside the top 3, and immediately they come into the pit lane. So I'm pretty sure that Petter Burlak is going to find himself back into the race lead. Indeed, he does. So not much of a lead battle going on there. Speaking of track changes as well, we changed Fuji last season as well for something. I can't quite remember what. I think we went. Did we go back to Sebring as opposed to Fuji last season?
I don't remember that actually. It's been a very long time since we've been to Fuji, so I didn't know it was on the calendar at all. Actually, Sebring surely would have been on there from the start, although I don't really remember.
Probably just me. I don't know. I remember Fuji at some point being there or thereabouts. Hopefully we can get that confirmed. Maybe it's just my memory letting me down a little bit. Wojtek Plesny, Thomas Enger Sim Racing still battling away with, of course, the Wanako machine. Nico Barkley ahead. So talking about playing the long game and playing it patiently, well, they're definitely following that ideology.
You may not have been going crazy, by the way. If you remember at the start of last season, we had a to be confirmed because Bahrain wasn't released yet, but we did intend to go there. Depending on whether it was released in time, we did eventually go there. Now we've been there twice, of course, since it came into the rFactor 2 world. Maybe it was the season before, but we certainly started with to be confirmed in the past. Yeah, that was last season, and that was Race Clutch who took the win that day, by the way. As I mentioned previously, we have been to the 4 hours of Silverstone before, but back in season 12 was the last time we took part in a 4-hour race at this venue. Agera Racing took the win that day ahead of Edge Esports and AAA Esports. Only one of the 6 drivers who drove in any of those machines driving today. That's Dennis Jordan, who's currently second in LMP2, just ahead of Hyperion and Thomas VEC, who you can see here. There they are, making their way over the line. Only 4.5 seconds separating the top 3 on that day. I think we're going to do well to get that today, considering the speed of Race Clutch at the front of the field.
Yeah, they are very, very fast. Once again, sort of almost head and shoulders above the rest of the pack, really setting themselves aside. And, you know, on occasion, like with Winchick and things on raw pace, they have been able to be contender. I mean, they've not won every race this season. They've only won 4 of them, which, you know, only half of the season that we've had so far. But either way, they have just set the benchmark consistently. Race in, race out, they are up there. Whether they've got a penalty to contend with, whatever it is, they find a way in order to secure either a win or at the very least a very, very good result to consolidate that. So, yeah, let's see what happens. But again, not everything is in their control. Things can still go wrong for them. They can still make mistakes. They can still have issues in traffic. Anything can happen between now and the checkered flag. We're still just over 100. An hour and 40 left to go. I mean, I suppose it is 100 minutes. It's 100 minutes. It's fine. I knew what I was talking about. 100 minutes and 40 seconds. I was testing you. It's fine.
That sentence is true for about half a minute, but
yeah, exactly. It's fine.
But it is. It's just about true. 100 minutes to go in the race. It really does rattle your brain, a short race, doesn't it? 4-hour race for the first time in a little while. Certainly the first time in a while we've had 2 4-hour races in one season. As I mentioned, we did get one last time around in season 15, but that was for the first time in 3 years at the time when we got a couple of 4-hour races that season as well. So that's the first time in 4 years we've had a couple of 4 hours. We didn't have very many long races at all that season though. In season 12, the longest race outside of Le Mans was only 8 hours at Nürburgring, Interlagos and Sebring. Then we got the 24 hours of Le Mans. But we returned to a bit of a longer calendar this time around, a couple of 1,000-mile races which have really recalibrated us slightly. Road Atlanta was about 8 hours long. Sebring, I think, was a little bit shorter than that just because of the speed of the track, the average speed around Sebring, just at that little bit better in terms of less code 80s as well, helped on that day. We got through the opening of the race with considerably less code 80s on that occasion, and that certainly helped us along. Just over 8 hours exactly for Race Clutch, who were the race winners on that occasion. So it's good to have those distance races back again, and maybe we can see some more of those in the future too. Following Dennis Jordan again here in second position. I believe anyway that he's recently been into the pit lane. We're still waiting for Iris and Hyperion to do the same. However, they may be doing one less stop today than Scuderia Ferrari Esports, and that is going to benefit them for the moment because they've got less fuel on board, and of course it reduces the amount of time they've spent on pit lane. But I reckon that Ferrari might have decided this pit lane is so short anyway, it might be worth taking the extra trip down pit lane because you actually don't lose that much actually getting on, and drive-throughs especially here don't actually cost you very much time at all.
Yeah, you can get away with it here at Silverstone, which is a good thing. It's effectively, basically, just you cut out the final chicane and then the pit straight and boom, you're back out again. So not really losing too much time in terms of making your way through. Bit of a twitch there from Dennis Jordan going through Abbey, but all is fine. Let's see if Hyperion are able to put in any pressure against them in their pursuit to get after Team Iris. But of course, if they are adopting that ideology, is looking to the inside. Actually, nice little move there from the Hyperion machine. Dennis Jordan trying to get the up and under going into Aintree, can't quite. Well, that was a textbook move there. Probably caught Dennis Jordan off guard, I'd imagine.
It maybe did, yeah. I wasn't expecting that either. Hyperion through then, and using that lower fuel. They need to get through though, because we're in one of the stages of the race now where there's going to be different cars with different strengths at different times in the race, and this is the point in the race where Hyperion need to make the difference, because they're on lower fuel than Scuderia Ferrari Esports, so it's no use them being stuck behind a car with a heavier car effectively.
And especially here at Silverstone, you want to have the lightest car possible. Obviously, a lot of high-speed changes of direction. The heavier the car is, the less reactive it is going to be through, obviously, all of those high-speed, high changes of direction. So they want to make the most of what they've got. And yes, Dennis Jordan is very, very quick. But if that Hyperion car is quicker at the moment, then of course Thomas Facken is going to want to make the most of his stint and be as quick as possible, get the most out of it, and see if he's able to contend for places on the podium, maybe even a little bit more in their battle potentially with Team Iris. And well, yeah, at the moment, Dennis Jordan doesn't seem to be as quick. Whether that's going to play out for the long term, or well, actually Thomas Fack comes into the pit lane on this lap anyway, so got probably about 2/3 of a lap of being quicker before he dived his way into pit lane. Same too for Team Iris, so Jordan back to the lead.
He will over the line again for Scuderia Ferrari Esports. Now the concern, I suppose, for those others is that can you split the race in two from here? That would be 2 48-minute stints to make up the 96 minutes remaining, and can you do that? I reckon so. At the start of the race, if you wanted to make this on just 5... Oh dear, we got a car off there. That's turn 4 right in front of Dennis Jordan. It's one of the LMP2s that he's just put a lap down there that brought out a very brief yellow flag. I think that was... it's Paolo Panimpede who was watching along earlier on, now driving for Arm Cyber. May have been contact with Ace Racing actually, but not sure. If you wanted to make this on 5 stops, you would have needed to do, well, I can't quite do the maths to be honest while I'm talking. I'll have to figure that out at the time. Maybe 48 minutes exactly.
0.8 of an hour, yeah, 48 minutes.
That works, yeah. So I guess they must be able to make it, because they've made it to the stage where they've got 2 48-minute stints to the end. So surely they've been doing that for 3 times in the past, and surely they will cut out a pit stop today compared to Ferrari.
Yeah, but the question is, can Ferrari make up that net difference of an extra stop? That will be the interesting thing. Of course, when it gets to the end of the race, we'll see if they're going to be able to close down that gap. But when it comes to minimising pit stops, which most of the time actually is the aim of the game when it comes to an endurance race, then of course Hyperion and Iris have got the leg up on that one. But Ferrari adopting a more just pedal to the metal, drive the car, ask questions later approach, and if they do have to take an extra stop, how well is Silverstone going to assist that with a bit of a shorter pit lane? Here's Cosmo Prosciutto for one of the 2 Go Team cars, of course, at the moment 2nd and 3rd. Neither of them really able to go and contend race clutch, but also 10 seconds ahead of the Winchit car in P4. So definitely not a bad day in the office, it must be said, for Go Team in the hypercar class.
Certainly not. They're the reigning LMP2 champions, as we've spoken about previously, but some of the races this season have been a little bit below par, although 2 second places in a row now for the 17 car, which is currently being driven by Guillaume Mas, just ahead in 2nd again here, so could be another great end to the day for them. They're both ahead of Daniel Wisner, who's in the Winchit Racing team, and so that means that there's quite a few points now between Race Clutch and Winchit. It was 22 at the start of the day. It might well be increasing to 34 as things stands. That might well be too many for Winchit to overcome at the finale at Le Mans. If you're within 45, then you at least force them to do 50% of the race, but if there's not enough hypercars to actually push them down enough positions, if you see what I mean, then it's not really any use, unfortunately. Race Clutch look like they could be on their way to a second consecutive top-class title in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and that hasn't been done for quite some time here. You have to go back to the LMP1 days and Team Virus, who won season 9 and 10 for the last two top-class champions. Race Clutch could be making a bit of history in that sense, to being the first team in 5 or 6 years to do that.
Yeah, what a mega result that would be. Of course, they were very, very strong last season. Their battle with Simfrim went all the way to the, well, pretty much to the end of this.
That certainly did. Not sure if we just lost Zach there, or whether he's pulled the plug on his microphone, or what's going on there, but whether it's me. But anyway, I think Zach's had one or two problems there. We'll get back to him in a few moments' time. Excuse me, when we can. Meanwhile, the reason I bring up Race Clutch is because I would like to bring in Colin Spork, who can have a chat with us now, as his teammate Petter Burlak is currently leading the way. Welcome in, Colin. Good to have you back with us again on the broadcast here at the 4 hours of Silverstone. A couple of hours driving for you at the start of the race. How did you find it?
Hi guys, good to be back. Well, yeah, it was a short few hours, I would say. Usually with these endurance races, it's, well, a 2 hour stint is normal, but then you need to stay focused to get back in at the end. But I mean, now that's not the case, because, well, that's only 4 hours, so 4 stints for the DPIs. But yeah, it was enjoyable. The car was really good. Traffic was chaotic, I gotta say, especially in the beginning, because, well, you don't really know what everyone's exactly doing, let's say, what they expect. So I think going through the stint, you notice that everyone kind of settles in and knows where the cars are going, and then sometimes you have an exception of someone doing something weird, and you just get a heart attack for a few seconds. But yeah, everything went to plan. Lap times were very good, especially the second stint was really nice. Basically equaling the fastest lap of the race on the all tires at the end. So that was really nice. Now we got a pretty comfortable gap, so I just told Petter, just keep the nose clean. Let's not get any penalties for the next race, and no risk needed. We got the gap, so yeah.
How do you find these 4 hour races? Because it's so different to what we're going to have in a couple of months' time. We'll be racing for 24 hours at Le Mans, of course, and that's the one that everyone wants to win. But this is a very different race than that. It's only 4 hours. I mean, some people would say this is verging on not even being an endurance race anymore, because it's so short in its length. But does it change your thinking when you're starting a race like this, or is it always full attack at the start, or is it even more intense at the start of one of these compared to, let's say, last month, where there was 8 hours to get the race over with?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really feel like an endurance race compared to like the longer races, that's true. But I mean, the approach stays the same, because, well, even though you do less stints, you still do the same length of stints, and you need to still double tires, etc. So it's just, you do the same thing less times, basically. There's less room for different strategies as well, of course, because, well, imagine you want to do an extra tire swap or something. That's not possible here, because, well, you won't be able to make up the time. So it's a bit like straightforward what to do. Well, usually it is quite aggressive at the start to make sure we have a gap. Although this time I just took it comfortable, because, well, the weather we practiced on was a bit colder, let's say, because we were expecting the proper British weather, and now it's a bit hotter. So the track was a bit more warm, so, well, we didn't want to overcook the tires, because the tires really wear out on this track, as you can imagine, because of all the high-speed corners, and we don't have that much downforce. Like we still lose time to the LMP sometimes in the high-speed corners, so tires really get cooked. So I just took it very safe at the start of the race to make sure that my tire wear was on the window, and then I noticed, well, because of me not pushing on the tires, my fuel was better as well. So I just said, I'll just extend as long as I can. I'm very comfortable in the car, and everything's going well. So just let me be on my zone. But yeah, it doesn't feel necessarily like an endurance race, I'll be honest. It's just like I said, there's no really different strategies possible, and that's the beauty of endurance racing. But I'm quite sure that will be different in 2 months in in Le Mans.
Exactly. What's your feeling towards that race now? I know there's still an hour and a half to go here, but it looks like you guys are going to extend the championship lead again if things stay as they are right now, and to such a margin where you could even seal the title with 12 hours to go because of completing 50% of the race distance, depending on a lot of things, of course, at Le Mans, but that looks like it's a possibility. How would you view that race in the context of this championship, were that to be the case? Because it is one that everyone wants to win, but you'll have to think about the championship as well. How will you approach that one in 2 months?
I mean, that will be a lonely celebration if we win it after 12 hours, because I guess the other ones will be asleep, and well, most of the time it's me driving in the night, so that will be a lonely celebration. But I mean, I don't really think about the championship at all, to be honest. It's just I prepare like massively for every race and try to get the best car out there. I've always enjoyed driving Le Mans. It's always when I'm able to drive Le Mans, it's just a pleasure. It's every lap is just pure joy. So I just take it on as a single race, really, a single race that I just want to win. Because if we win that single race, we win the championship as well. It's easy as that, to be honest. It's just during the race, if certain things come up, that's when you kind of like put the championship position in perspective. If you need to do certain overtakes, whatever. But well, as we're in the lead, we just need to win. That's easy as that, basically.
Exactly. It's a very simple equation. Just lastly on this race then, with, as I say, just under an hour and a half to go now, how much confidence do you have in Petter that you can bring this one home with half a minute's lead that you've got at the moment?
Well, that's short, eh? It's still 1.5 hours to go. Usually when I got out of my first 2 stints, it's like, okay, it's 8 hours to go, we still need to do stints, whatever, but it's short, yeah. I mean, I got the confidence in Petter. He's a great teammate. It's a great team in general. Like, that's the thing as well in Le Mans. We got 4 just pro drivers with great, amazing experience and amazing pace, like Tom, Jake, Petter. I don't think we could ask for any better drivers as a team. So any single one of them can do the job that gets put up to them. So it's either overtake someone, finish the race, whatever. It's all should be all fine. And well, the pace looks good. There's no risk needed, so should be all fine.
All right, well, let's hope so. Colin, thanks very much for coming to chat to us again here mid-race after your stint. Good luck for the last hour 25 or so for Race Clutch, and yeah, well, hopefully we'll speak to you again at Le Mans.
Yep, hopefully. Thank you very much again, and have fun the remaining 1 hour 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Colin Sport there from Race Clutch, currently leading the way in the Virtual Endurance Championships penultimate round. The reigning champions possibly on their way to retaining their title. A long way to go until we get there, though. Now, big news to come in here. First of all is this: the battle in GT3 ongoing right now. There's also been pit stops in LMP2, which has put Team Iris quite a long way back, and it's given this battle that is just coming through on these guys at the moment as well. This is for second place in LMP2 between the 2 Visceral cars, fighting their way past the 2 GT3s, who are fighting for the win. You have Maki Yupi ahead of Diogo Silva in the Visceral Esports car. So, other big news that is coming in, and arguably bigger news, that we have penalties incoming for a lot of drivers, and I'll go through them all at the time because it's side by side for the lead in GT3. Very close to contact there between Maki Yupi and Silva, who tried to get down the inside. Meanwhile, we do have the penalties coming through now, and it does affect this battle. BS Plus Zoom Competition are one of those who will be given a penalty for speeding at the start of the race, or jump starts, excuse me, is the official wording. This is for significant speeding before the line, which is 10 metres before the lap starts, as far as Jimmy Allison has told me. So this is for jumping the start effectively. BS Plus Zoom Competition have got a penalty as a result of that. Other GT3s that have this penalty include Wanako, who are currently running in the top 5 with Nico Barkley. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, the championship leaders, currently with a penalty for that too. Caspian Motorsport, who we've been watching a lot of today, and Satellite Racing 2, all of those teams have run well so far today, maybe with the exception of the 67 Satellite Racing car, because they had a disconnection earlier on in the day. With regards to the hypercars, only the 2 Go Team cars have got penalties. That will help Winchick Racing, who should move up to second place, question mark, as a result of all of that. But the real big news comes in LMP2 with regards to this championship, because Team Iris are going to be given that penalty, along with Hyperion, Visceral, Go Team, Arm Cyber, RFRO, Ramada and Undercover Rain. It's a huge amount of penalties in LMP2, but crucially not for the championship leaders, who are going to see a lot of their rivals fall by the wayside as a result of this penalty, but are not going to have one themselves. It may be advantage Scuderia Ferrari Esports on their way to possibly win for a 6th time this season in a row.
That is huge stuff, of course, for Ferrari. A huge help for them in their pursuit, of course, for this race victory. The battle was between Hyperion and Team Iris. Diogo Silva for Visceral going to look to the inside of turn 3 here at Village. Is going to take the lead of the race, but of course BS Plus Zoom competition going to have to come into the pit lane soon. Outside line as they run their way into the loop. Nothing that Uemaki Yupi can do on this particular occasion, but maybe there's a counter-attack into Brooklands. For what it's worth, I mean, he's going to have to come into the pit lane anyway, but still fighting for the lead nonetheless.
Exactly. You might as well. These two are a minute ahead of the 3rd place team, Satellite Racing, who are going to be even more comfortable in that position because of the penalties that will go on behind them. Thomas Engersim Racing and Wanako and Caspian will all fall by the wayside behind them as a result, so Satellite will be looking very good for 3rd, and the podium places might start to get very spread out here in the final 80 minutes of this race. But it's worth noting that Diogo Silva might not know this. If he has teammates telling him, then it makes the battling a little bit puzzling, but he may not know about the penalty for BS Plus Zoom competition, who will surely fall away as a result of this. However, it's worth remembering Visceral have recovered from a drive-through today. They had one in the first half of the race to serve. They're still here in the lead, battling with BS Plus Zoom competition, even though they didn't have one, so it isn't over just yet.
Definitely not, and of course we've touched on the drive-through isn't that big of a punishment here at Silverstone. It's still recoverable. Of course, BS Plus Zoom competition trying to keep Visceral within their sights for as long as possible. Outside line through Stowe Corner. What a move this could well be for Uemaki Yupi. Agility dances his way around the outside of the Visceral car, back into the race lead.
Oh, and Diogo Silva dives from the inside again. What a battle between the 2 BMWs. It's elbows out stuff here at Silverstone, and Visceral Esports are back to the lead again. It's one of the most pointless battles we've seen all season long, but boy, it's entertaining. Diogo Silva back ahead and big Uemaki Yupi.
What a move from both parties, it must be said, around the outside of Stowe. Then the counter-attack, late dive into the Vale chicane. Beautiful stuff between the drivers, on the limit, but not a step over. Fantastic stuff. And we've still got an hour and 20 left to go, and so many more narratives to, of course, open up with the drive-through penalties. What it means in LMP2 with Scuderia Ferrari and their extra pit stop has now sort of been counterbalanced by the fact that Team Iris and Hyperion don't have to take an extra pit stop, but nonetheless an extra trip through pit lane. Interesting stuff as well. Not really a huge drama in Hypercar as such, with Go Team, both of them getting the drive-through penalty, but I think that could assist Winchick because they themselves don't have one, so we could well see Winchick getting that all-important 2nd place they need.
I think so, although it still puts them 27 points behind going into the final race of the season, which would be a big advantage again for Race Clutch. We'll see though. They did win at Sebring, of course, which really put them in pole position for the win here, and they are in there again now. GT3 leading battle just spaced out a little bit again, but Maki Yupi doesn't seem to quite have the speed of Silver. He's been caught and now passed by him, and he's got a drive-through penalty to serve here as well. It's a shame really for a lot of these teams that they've befallen this. However, it's something that you're in control of. Jump starting is something that you cannot afford to do, and it's going to be a controversial topic, I would imagine, as well among the drivers as they argue their case, but the rule is the rule, and Maki Yupi now comes in to serve that drive-through penalty.
Let's see what the time loss is going to be then relative to Diogo Silva, whose job now is to maintain that gap, keep him at an arm's reach. Don't try necessarily to extend it drastically, or don't, I suppose, try to as such. If it happens, great, of course, but just maintain that gap as best you can. Keep Juha Mäki-Upi at bay for as long as possible. Will be interesting, though, of course, when the BS Parsum competition car emerges. But at the end of the day, a drive-through penalty, they wouldn't have gained much from doing it. Probably maybe a couple of tenths or so, maybe an extra position into turn 3 or whatever it was. But unfortunately, it's the small mistake with a fairly sizable consequence late on in the race.
Yeah, it's huge, unfortunately, for those who have been involved. Now, it does mean, as you say, that the battles in hypercar may well pick up here. Daniel Wisner is now third. How much longer he'll be able to hang on to podium places here remains to be seen, of course, but he will have the Go Team cars around him. In fact, they probably have been in for their drive-throughs, haven't they? So he's now splitting the difference between the two of them. Cosmo Prosciutto is ahead, Guillaume Mas behind. It's given Winchik the chance to get into second position. However, well, can Wisner really close in? He is a previous champion of the series, of course, but for not in the hypercar. It's back in the LMP2 days where he assisted Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman during the Le Mans 24 Hours that season, in season 13, to win the title that time around. But his team need every single point that they can get. Just one more overtake in this race would give them an extra 4, which is helpful in just reducing the margin that Race Clutch hold going into the final race of the season. Meanwhile, in LMP2, we've got pit stops with Dennis Jordan making his way in. He's back out there on the circuit again already for the penultimate time, ahead of On-Off Racing, ahead of Team Irish by 12 seconds, which is a big margin to close.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very tough to reclose that gap. I mean, 12.2. Like we said, I mean, we said it when it was 3.5 seconds, how difficult that's going to be to close on out-and-out pace. But who knows what can happen. I mean, when you've got a motivated driver, particularly one as good as Juha Mäki-Upi, that gap can maybe come down. The only problem with that is going to be how much time is left on the clock. If that happened, 2 hours and 45 minutes into a 24-hour race, no sweat, perfect, it's fine. But when it's happened nearly 75% of the race distance, and you've only got an hour and a quarter left to go, different story.
It is. So, there is Timothej Andonovski. Going to be taking this car to the line. 2 quick stints in the middle there from Dennis Jordan. 2 to start and finish the race for Timothej Andonovski in that case, and they will be feeling very confident now for a race win. There has been a change in hypercar. Cosmo Prosciutto hadn't been into the pit lanes, excuse me, so Seawolf Net Race have now got the chance to go for 4th position here in the hypercar class.
That's very, very strong stuff. And of course, this battle raging on at the moment. Prosciutto out just ahead of him. Of course, Go Team were able to build the gap sort of before the drive-through penalty, so should be the quicker car, but Seawolf Net Race probably not going to be looking to waste a golden opportunity that's been presented to them. Prosciutto going to do everything in his power to hang on to that 4th place. You can definitely see Benjamin Szolzinski closing that gap, trying to stay as close as possible to the rear end. There's a huge snap of oversteer, nearly losing the car with Prosciutto, and things like that not going to be helping his case one bit.
Oh, and that isn't either. Right up over the curbs there for Benjamin Szolzinski, who was trying to get past the Simframe Ferrari. Not sure it's still Daniele Canestrazzi at the wheel there. I don't think it is, no, but it was a huge moment over the curbs indeed, and that is not good news there. It is Mattia Panci now at the wheel of that one, although a slightly strange moment to change driver, I suppose, unless I suppose Canestrazzi did start the race, didn't he? So that maybe that does make sense, but nevertheless, they're a significant way further back than they were previously. Now, Dennis Jordan is, as I say, no longer in that car, but Felix Neuberger is closing in on the Ferrari. They have got lower fuel on board for the next half an hour, very nearly 25 minutes until Team Iris have to come in for their final stop of the day. Then Ferrari will have their final one. It will be a shorter final stop, but you've got to remember Neuberger is going to be faster for the next 25 minutes. It's a crucial 25 minutes too. He has to make the most of it.
He does indeed. He has to drive the wheels off that car if he wants any chance of still securing victory. Should still have some time in pocket when it comes to the differences in strategy, effectively how long it takes for Ferrari to be stationary in the pit lane. That is the swing that Team Iris now have, which is a much smaller margin, but still one they can work with.
It is, maybe. I think a lot hinges on these next 25 minutes and whether they can catch and pass or not. But there's the margin writ large on your screen at 3.5 seconds. We've got Hyperion leading the way, by the way, with Thomas Vac. Then it's Victor Ivanov for Netrex, who are second. Then it's Scuderia Ferrari Esports third. Team Iris on-off racing in the 5th position with Mika Hakimi. Then it is, with Nicola Lemoine. Mika Hakimi is in 6th place ahead of Valtteri Karolainen in 7th, then Corentin Pointeau, who is 8th. But look at the margins down here in LMP2. Just to go back to look at Karolainen here in 7th place, 23 seconds off the lead despite being in 7th place. What an amazing race we've seen in LMP2 with many twists and turns within it and not really a clear consensus as to who's going to win.
That's exactly the way that we want it though, isn't it? With how competitive LMP2 have been, bar obviously Ferrari winning the last 5 races. But the fight for second's always been really good. But no, when it comes to LMP2, it's always been stellar stuff. Same too is true as well for GT3. That's also been quite a stellar season. Again, albeit with Thomas Enger taking 4 wins thus far this season, but still we've seen some fantastic battling, like the one today between Vistral and BS Barsoom competition. It's been amazing stuff. And again, to the same extent, sometimes as well in Hypercar. All in all, it's just been a really good season.
Yeah, it has. Are we going to get the season finale that we were hoping for at Le Mans with points battles and all sorts going on for 24 hours? We'll wait and see, of course. Meanwhile, Ivanov has been overtaken by Timothy Zandanovsky. Wasn't necessarily expecting that, to be honest with you. Thought Ivanov would be a bit quicker at this stage in the race. They should have made their final tyre stop as well, so you could argue that maybe tyres are slightly younger for Ferrari, but I thought it's made that much of a difference. We'll wait and see though. Seawolf into the pit lane for another pit stop, so that will be their penultimate one of the day in Hypercar. Good to see all 8 Hypercars still in the race. Unfortunately, Racing Zone quite a few moments away from the rest of the field. It looks like they're going to finish 8th today, but good to see everybody still very much in the race in what has been a diminished Hypercar field ever so slightly. It's really the battles behind race trucks that are the interesting ones, but even there we've had relatively few of them in that class today.
Yeah, it's been a very, very strong race. Victor Ivanov then, Netrex GP, of course, just been overtaken by Scuderia Ferrari, who are pushing fairly hard, as they have been all race long. Came in with 76 minutes left to go, and will come in with probably about 36-ish left on the clock. Ivanov, though, not doing a bad job at all up there in 3rd, but 3.5 seconds back, of course, is Felix Nürberger in the Team Iris machine, who's going to be gunning, of course, for the back end of Timotej Antonovsky's machine, and then hopefully going to swap the positions around so he can have the best chance possible of going for the win. Hyperion, though, in the lead of LMP2, 2 seconds clear. Is Thomas Vac clear of Timotej Antonovsky. So I think that's probably going to be the next step for Scuderia Ferrari, just to sort of, well, take one big step forward in pursuit of the race win.
It may well be a very poignant race win, if you like, for the championship. They came in today with 33 points of an advantage. If Team Iris can finish on the podium, then they can make sure that Ferrari have to stay concentrated at Le Mans to win the title. Let's not forget that Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel, who are 2 of the drivers on Scuderia Ferrari Esports this season, have experienced heartbreak in a season finale at Le Mans previously. Back in season 13, their engine failed in the night, and so they weren't able to take on the might of Vargas Sim Racing. It would have been difficult to do so anyway, but that really did seal the championship overnight, if you like. But so often are they involved in the title fight. Dennis Jordan won his first Virtual Endurance Championship title 6 years ago now, back in 2018. with Monaco and LMP2. He moved to ACR Zakspeed to retain his title in 2019, excuse me, with Alex Siebel and Jurnej Simoncic. They were not really up there in the same way the next season, but as I say, they missed out on the final day in season 13, won the season in 14, back again for season 16 for Scuderia Ferrari Esports, and there they are closing in on Hyperion. Thomas Vack is going to be looking over his shoulder very shortly here, because there's going to be a battle for the race lead on. Meanwhile, yellow flag in the final sector has been cleared pretty quickly, but there was something going on at the final chicane there, I'm afraid to say, for one of the LMP2s. I think it was Rickard Nilsson in the 32 car. It was indeed for Team RTR. Doesn't seem to have any damage, so we'll continue green. No code 80s so far in this race, which is a great thing. As we look at the leading battle here in LMP2, it's getting close again, less than a second now until Ferrari may take the lead.
Exactly that, and of course Antonovski has been driving very, very fast. Bit of traffic to contend with as well, a little bit up the road. Be interesting to see how quick Antonovski is going to go for this move. Also very close, Daniel Wisner for Winchit Racing, and then of course the Go Team car just in behind. That's that battle, I think, actually, just at the going into Brooklands. Vack though able to lead, and there you can see actually, yeah, the Winchit car going through Luffield with Guillaume Mas in hot pursuit. So two very crucial battles to set the tone of this race.
So let's see what happens in this battle for the lead. Thomas Vack into Kopp's corner, just ahead of Timothée Andonovski, who recovered so well after being spun around early on in his stint, of course. It was that has really created the race situation that we're seeing here today. It's been a race of recovery for Scuderia Ferrari. After qualifying second, they were overtaken on the start by a lot of teams and drivers, and now they are looking for the race win and the race lead all over again. Thomas Vack keeps it to the very right-hand side, forcing Andonovski to the outside. He's going to have to be brave at Stowe Corner if he does this, but he's going to give it a go anyway. Slides through the turn. Space given by Thomas Vack from Hyperion, which is fair play to him. Less so from Andonovski, and Vack flashes the lights in protest. Now it's all going to be on between them as Vack tries to go around the outside through the chicane. Can't do it, but Andonovski is through. A little bit of contact in the end, which Thomas Vack certainly wasn't pleased with.
No, only a slight tap. I think Andonovski just trying to give him the squeeze. Nothing really to it, but yeah, definitely enough to throw Vack off. Definitely enough for him to flash the headlights, and definitely enough for him to be a little bit frustrated with the turnout of that particular skirmish. But nonetheless, overall, a nice move there from Andonovski to retake the race lead in LMP2 once again. There's the Silvernet race car finally being able to lap the Hyperion machine, who is, you can see, quite a way off the pace of Antonovski, who is absolutely flying out in front now.
Mika Korkiakowski has a penalty now. That's down in 19th place, 19th in LMP2, just ahead of Georg Weiss in the, or was previously. I don't think that's Weiss just behind, but anyway. Korkiakowski with a penalty back there, but it matters too much. Meanwhile, yellow flag in Sector 1, I'm afraid to say, for somebody, and it is the last placed LMP2 that has gone off. It is Nick Mora again, I think. Oh, and no rear wing. This could be a code 80 here. We may have a code 80 for the first time today. Suspension damage and a rear wing gone for Level 1 Esports. Can they get this one back safely, or do we need our first stoppage in the 4 hours of Silverstone today? Nick Mora with not his first problem today. Level 1 Esports have really had issues. You can see they're 4 laps down on the leader already, but it's suspension
code
damage
80 in 10 seconds, no overtaking.
And we will get
so that's in
a
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
So first code 80 of the race, Zach, and this is slightly out of reach for Hypercar Pit Stop, frustratingly, and GT3s.
Yeah, just off the hour. Of course, the level 1 esports car quite a way off the entrance of pit lane. If it happened maybe at Stowe, probably just be able to get away with it, but of course still a long way to nurse that car back to the pit lane, so a stoppage understandable. Not going to stop Team Iris or Netrex from coming into the pit lane, but that does mean that it is going to be their penultimate stop, surely.
Yeah, I was expecting them to make only one more stop, but you're right. That should be the penultimate one in that case. So, what does that do to their strategy? Well, it gives them a very late final stop, I suppose, doesn't it? They might well pit with about, what, 10 minutes to go? Well, maybe that's a bit ambitious, maybe 15, 20. But that's still a very short final stop. And so, all of a sudden, it goes from Ferrari having the advantage because they would have the shorter final stop and they had the lead. But now it's Team Iris who have got a shorter stop and they're going to be going out last. Now, let's see what happened to Nick Murray. He was just behind one of the LMP2s. He tried to avoid them, spins across the circuit straight into one of the Deuces Motorsport Club cars. It's the 73 car that he's gone straight into. Daniel Erstling at the wheel of that one. And that was a catalogue of unfortunate events, really.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, it has spelled not necessarily the end of their race, but, well, effectively the end of it if they continue to go to the end. That, you know, you might as well. Just over an hour left to go. But, yeah, no chance, really. And that does not look like a pleasant car to be driving one bit. I'm sure the steering wheel is, well, probably 90 degrees one way just to try and keep it in a straight line, and no rear wing either. That's going to be a hefty repair. Probably not even going to get much racing done by the time they get back out of the pit lane.
Let's see who else has the chance to stop here. Colin Sport, well, I keep saying Colin Sport because I'm used to him driving it. Patrick Burlak, sorry, in the race lead has come in. Any of the other major players? Not really in GT3. We've got some stops though. The third place on back cars have come in. The top two, not so much, as Nick Murray now finds his way to the safety of pit lane. We'll see whether everyone gets a chance to stop here or whether we will just go back green anyway. We may well wait.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
Used to be the case.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And look how busy it is down there, by the way, here. Green flag back out there on the circuit again. And so where are we in this race now? Petter Burlak should still be leading the way for Race Clutch. He's come out at the perfect moment, arguably. Behind, though, Daniel Visner seemingly has been into the pit lane. He's ahead now. Well, has he been in the pit lane? Maybe not, actually. Go Team Racing a third and fourth. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Scuderia Ferrari Esports are leading the way, but how confident are they going to be? They'll be leading in an hour's time after that.
Well, only time will tell. We'll have to find out. Andonovski has definitely had a fire started under his backside in order to try and, well, extend as big of a gap as he can in hopes of beating Team Iris, because that has really changed the dynamic of this race. Iris, of course, is about half a second off the back of the Netrex machine, but after that, a good chunk of clear air to work with the raw pace of the machine, and a big chunk of traffic as well for Timothy Andonovski to fight his way through in the early stages of this Code 80 restart. So, well, that'll be interesting. 1 hour left to go. The countdown begins.
It absolutely does. And what an interesting end to the race we're going to see here as well. Officially 60 minutes remaining in the 4 hours of Silverstone. That was a bit wide. Timothy Andonovski is going to find his way through. Felix Neuberger, meanwhile, has just overtaken the Netrex Grand Prix driver, Victor Ivanov there for third. So he is through, for fourth place, wasn't it? Yes, fourth place ahead of the Netrex drivers. So that's benefited Iris very much. So Colin Sport just messaging me to saying that that was a very lucky moment for Race Clutch in terms of when that Code 80 came out. Maybe any hypercar that came in there can make it to the end in that case.
Essentially so. Of course, the timing was very, very nice for Race Clutch. I think they came in and then came out just as the Code 80 was finishing, so they didn't actually pit at any point under green flag running, so looking very strong. I mean, they were anyway, but, well, what else is, well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have an extra boost, does it?
No, I suppose not. Although, how much of a boost is it when everyone behind you came in as well? I'm not sure.
That's true.
But as you say, it doesn't matter anyway, does it really? Because they are leading. Nevertheless, are leading at the moment. Meanwhile, let's go into another interview, shall we? Because we have waiting for us Tobias Blumschein of the Visceral Esports team, and I'll drag him in now for a chat. Now we're post Code 80. Welcome in, Tobias. Good to have you with us for a chat on the broadcast for the first time this season, I believe. It's been a good day at the start for Visceral Esports. You guys now 8th and 9th in the field. Just tell us about the last few moments as far as you guys are concerned. Did that Code 80 benefit you or not?
Quite the opposite, actually. We're looking at a bit more of a we're looking at a more precarious position right now, due to the fact that this aligned up at the worst possible moment for our strategy, as we expected to do one more pit stop and now we're doing another one because we went in for a little bit more fuel.
So what are your guys' sort of aspirations and hopes, expectations maybe for the remainder of this race after that?
Well, they've changed. I think that's for sure, because we expected we could have probably gone up for... We could have maybe even gotten the podium with our strategy because it was a little bit different. And this has hurt that option because we're now all on the same strategy with the other cars, and basically if one of them ahead of us, all of them are on the same strategy, so it means that we won't really gain or lose anything for the cars ahead.
Well, let's chat about your driving in the car and to minutes gone past in the race. Obviously, you guys, you started the race for your car, and it was a very exciting start to LMP2. I've got to say, thoroughly enjoyed LMP2 from a neutral perspective here today. How has the racing been around here at Silverstone, or how was it, I should say, when you were driving?
Well, actually really fun. I think this has been my most enjoyable race so far this season. No, it's been good. The racing's been fair, really, really hard. I might have been a little bit more too aggressive with GTs. I apologize about that. But no, it's been good. Especially with Sean Clark, we've been racing them all hard all race. They've been really, really close battling with us. It's been good. It's been good to see. No, I'm really happy with how it's been going.
That's maybe a difference to what we would have seen at Imola. What was your guys' reactions as a team to the calendar change that we had here for round 8?
Well, we found out after Sebring. It was quite neutral, actually. We didn't mind. I think some of us, because we've got 2 Italian drivers in the other car, were looking forward maybe to Imola, but I think from my perspective, it's not really a big change to me. I like Silverstone. It's probably better for me because I know the track much better, and it's maybe a slightly easier track to get used to than let's say Imola is. But no, it's been fine. It's not like it's compromised anything.
And let's look ahead as well before we let you go to Le Mans. There's one more race to go in the Virtual Endurance Championship this season. As always, it's the 24 hours of Le Mans at the end. How are you guys looking forward to that? And what are you sort of expecting from that in 2 months' time?
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. I think we just wanted to survive so we can stay up in Division 1 after we had a pretty poor race in Sebring, so I think that was the big thing, to just get to Le Mans. That's the main goal, still is. That's why we're quite happy with P8 right now. But no, we're really excited. It's my first one, so I'm ecstatic to be doing it. It's going to be really fun. I'm just looking forward to it now. I'm just focused on the next, to be honest.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you there. Tobias, well done on your stint earlier on.
Thank you.
We will follow you along for the remainder of the race, of course. Good luck for that, and hopefully we'll see you in a couple of months as well at Le Mans.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks very much, Tobias Blumschein there, the Visceral Esports LMP2 driver, coming to have a chat with us today. Lots of interviews today, which is a great thing for us. If you fancy having a chat with us, there's a wait for interview channel near the top of the Virtual Endurance Championship TeamSpeak if you want to have a chat with us as a driver or a strategist, if you like. I'm not sure there are too many of those hanging about. It'd be great to hear from you either today or at Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. Meanwhile, that has closed up a battle here for us. Daniel Wisner versus Guillaume Mas may well be on the cards very shortly as they close in on Race Clutch. Book also letting me know that they can make it to the end. He said there were 36 laps in the stint, which is the same as what he managed in his first stint, so it should be easy to the end from there. And worth remembering that the older tyres mean that less time on throttle because there's less grip, and that means less fuel burn as well. All of the numbers are pointing in the right direction then, but who's going to be in second place by the end of this one? It looks like it will be between Winchick Racing Team and Go Team Racing maybe for this second step on the podium.
Yeah, they've been quite close for quite some time. Guillaume Mas not quite able to facilitate the move as of yet, but of course for Wisner and for Winchick, if they want any chance going into Le Mans in a couple of months' time, they are going to need to keep this P2 just to maintain as many points as they possibly can. Of course, they'll be losing 5 points to Race Clutch, which of course will put them down, what was that, to 38 points down, which, well, it's still less than the 45 that Race Clutch needs, so at least there's that. Just means that if anything drastic goes wrong, then Winchick are in a position to go for it. Of course, back at Daytona, of course, Winchick were on pace, but unfortunately lost out after a crash in the night. I believe Marcel Chinchik unfortunately binning it at the Le Mans chicane. So hopefully the next 24-hour race is going to go a little bit better for them.
Cycling through some of the LMP2s here, because I think there's been an incident for one of them. It was in the region of this battle here, from 13th place with Fabien Youngblood leading the way ahead of Sandeep Singh and Pedro Ramada, who was right with them a couple of moments ago, not anymore. Paolo Panimpede as well is around here. Not sure which of them went off, but there was an incident just on the exit of Maggots and Beckett's and through Chapel, where a couple of cars ended up in the grass on the right hand side, so that was not ideal. Don't know what went on there though, or even who it was who dropped out of the field, but it's great to see so many battles still happening out there in LMP2. We've been following them along for such a long period of this race, as some of the bollard goes absolutely flying in the air. It's been a great LMP2 race today. 50 minutes to go of it. We're getting to the stage now in the next 2 laps or so where everybody in the field can make it to the end from here.
Yeah, so just a straight fight all the way to the checker flag, which of course is well, easy for us because, you know, we can just see the gaps as they are and the drivers can see them as they are as well and just close them by driving a little bit quicker. Not always as easy as that, but that's the bottom line to it. Sandeep Singh for Netrex, of course, looking to promote himself up into P13 and pursuit for the next position. Of course, Fabien Youngblood just ahead, but a little bit of a gap between the pair of them. 51 minutes left to go in this race, and well, we still don't know who's going to be coming out on top. That battle in GT3, 7.7 seconds now is the gap between Vissel and VS Zoom competition, which not quite halved, but it's getting close, and that gap is coming down.
Right, that's a bit surprising as well, isn't it? Because Maki Yupi was caught by Diogo Silva not so long ago in the race, and now all of a sudden he's the one doing the catching. So there's been a bit of a reversal in speed here between these two, and now they are closing in again. I'm not sure whether they've made their last pit stop either, but they certainly I'm not sure whether they pitted under the Code 80 or whether they didn't, but they certainly did the same thing. So they're on the same strategy. It just really depends on whether they've got that splash to go or not, because I firmly believe in GT3, if you made a stop under that Code 80, you're not making it to the end without another one.
Yes, typically, what is it, about an hour that the GT3s can do, plus or minus. When did it was about an hour and 5 to go, something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So far in this race, we've been seeing an hour max pretty much, 62 minutes at a real push. So I think anything over an hour really is a risk, to be honest.
Yeah, and of course, definitely the Code 80 came out before we hit the 1 hour to go mark. So anyone that did come in, either they split it in two and go for two, say, sort of 30-ish minute stints, or they leave it all the way to the end and go for a splash at the end. It all depends, really, on what the ideology is. I'd assume they'd go for two shorter stints as to keep the car as light as possible for as long as possible.
Maybe that's an idea, especially if you're not changing tyres. I suppose that helps, although it doesn't really matter since they do it at different times anyway. Nobody should have changed tyres during that last stint and probably won't for the remainder either. Pit stop for Daniel Wisner. He's back out there on the circuit again in fourth place. There he is, side by side immediately with one of the LMP2s, as Stein Prinz gets a drive-through penalty, I'm afraid to say. It's been a difficult race for those down there in the Deuces Motorsport Club. today. Another one of their cars was, he's not part of Deuces anymore, is he? It's Brabham Esports these days. Turn 1 it must have been. Again, we've seen a couple of those so far, most notably for Visceral, who are now leading in GT3. Got a drive-through penalty not so long ago for track cuts. I say not so long ago, it was a long time ago, but the fact they got one, I think, is the notable thing there, really. And maybe it's something to just keep an eye on for the final 3/4 of an hour as well, because it's something to contend with around here. The Copse corner, especially at turn 1, Stowe corner, all turns, high-speed corners where track limits are very closely monitored.
Yeah, very easy to exceed here at Silverstone for sure, and you have got to be very, very careful, particularly with how high speed it is, and of course with varying levels of grip throughout the race, with tyre wear, fuel wear, things like that. Yeah, it can be very quick for things to go drastically wrong, particularly through the high speed demanding sections like Maggots and Beckett. So many times do we see drivers taking too much on the exit of Chapel. Into the pit lane then comes both of the Go Team cars. A lap earlier came in, of course, Daniel Wisner and Winchik Racing. So that's going to be a race against time between the pair of them. Guillaume Mas, Cosmo Prosciutto, of course, both in. Will be interesting to see when, of course, Daniel Wisner crosses the line to pass them out of the pit lane. Then comes the lead Go Team car and ahead of the Winchik car for second.
Have they? I can still see Go Team in the pit lane. Cosmo Prosciutto.
So there's two. Guillaume Mas is the one he's fighting, isn't it?
Yeah.
They
Guillaume
both
Mas hasn't been in yet. Have they?
I think so.
I think I saw Guillaume Mas come in. Didn't see Guillaume Mas. 50 seconds ahead. Oh no, you're absolutely right. They were both in, and it's remarkably close. Well, okay. I've been fooled there entirely by myself. So that's good. Anyway, battle for second is really on now, though. Guillaume Mas and Daniel Wisner have been relatively evenly matched so far, but now it's a straight fight between them. 3/4 of an hour for them to sort it out.
Exactly that, the perfect sort of viewership for us to enjoy. However, catching a McLaren through Copse corner, probably not the way to go, as Daniel Wisner has to take a huge chunk of track limits in order to not drive into the side of him, and then loses some track position to an LMP2 machine because of obviously negating the advantage for going off track, which does not help their case for P2. And of course, Guillaume Mas, you would argue, probably the quicker of the two cars on pure pace. It's not going to be helping Wisner at all. 2 seconds now is the gap.
Yeah, that battle has disappeared as quickly as it appeared on the exit of the pit lane there. So Daniel Wisner will have to do a lot of closing in to get back to a fighting force again here. So 45 minutes to go. Thomas Brack in for the final time today. Where will they be in relation to everybody else? I'm trying to scale my memory back to whether on-off came in. The answer to that, I think, is no, because they've just come in as well. Team Iris certainly were into the pit lane, though, and maybe that Code 80 has given them a chance to win this race. Just waiting for them to pass those two cars in the pit lane so that we can really see a representative gap between themselves and Ferrari. It looks like 25 seconds or so. That's not them. Sorry about that. Felix Neuberger. Here he is, 25 seconds behind Scuderia Ferrari Esports. 25 seconds. Are they going to make that amount of time in the pit stop? That's the real big question here.
Well, you'd assume they'd make at least a decent chunk of it, and then it all comes down to whether or not Neuberger can drive the car up to scratch of Timotej Andonovski. It could be close, but 25 seconds is a long time. How long on average are they staying stationary, though? 10, 12?
Exactly. I don't know. And it's not even a full stop.
It's not exactly.
It's certainly not a full stop for Iris, who will be in with about 15-20 minutes to go. So the numbers are really unknown here. What I think we can say, though, is that no tyre changes will be taken on from here. Instead, it's just fuel. It's about how much fuel is needed from here.
Exactly that. So for Neuberger, of course, coming in under the Code 80, effectively gave them one extra stop to do, but in doing so, obviously gave them the chance to maybe have a one-up on Ferrari. 25 seconds is the gap, and we're only really going to be able to piece together this fight for the lead when we get to that final stop time, probably in about 20-25 minutes time. when they do make themselves down pit lane for the final run. In Hypercar, of course, it seems fairly settled with Race Clutchbox winning. Go Team then in second with Winchick, probably not quite able to go for that P2 on out-and-out pace. The track position definitely was helping them, and then the traffic going into Cops Corner pretty much put the nail in the coffin. Still not over, of course, but definitely not helped. It is that fight for second, and then again in GT3, that gap between Visceral and BS has grown again by about 1.5 seconds. So 43 minutes on the clock. I don't know. I don't want to say I've not got faith in Maki UP, but I don't.
Just there we go. I don't know. We'll keep monitoring the GT3s. Thomas Enker Sim Racing currently at 4th, by the way, so they would lose 12 points on the day of their championship lead, which was 34 at the start of the day. That would bring it down to 22. That's still fairly sizable going into the final race of the season at Le Mans. More points available, of course, but more cars to lose positions and points too in LMP2 and GT3, don't forget, than Hypercar. However, it is still a big margin, and maybe a comfortable margin for them to consolidate towards the end. So we are in a bit of a waiting period now in terms of this race, waiting for, first of all, Timothy Zandanowski to come in. He'll set the benchmark, and then Team Iris will hope they can have a pit stop 25 seconds shorter than that. It's one of those battles where they're absolutely racing each other neck and neck, but they're not actually next to one another on the circuit, not for now anyway.
Yeah, it's a race against time, essentially, between the pair of them, just looking at the net gap. And, well, I mean, I suppose in essence it kind of is easier because you're not actually having to do an overtake, you just have to drive faster, but all depends on what's easier. You know, is it easier to make the overtake, or is it easier to drive faster? I mean, when it comes to overtaking Ferrari Esports on pure pace, then maybe that might be a bit more tricky for Iris, but we will see traffic as well. We'll contend with that with, of course, a little bit of traffic going the way of both of them. That is wide, and once again, that's the McLaren coming out of Aintree, and once again catching out one of the prototype cars.
Into Brooklands for Timothy Zandanowski, just at 1.3 seconds, by the way, ahead of excuse me, Team Iris are only 1.3 seconds ahead of NetRex. That could be something that plays into this as well. Viktor Ivanov closing in, and there is the margin, separated at the moment by a Hypercar, one of the Go Team cars, currently holding on to 2nd and 5th in the standings, 2.5 seconds ahead of the Winchick Racing team. So that is worth bearing in mind too. Hyperion have come out only 1.9 ahead of Sean Clark Racing, so the battles really do continue here in LMP2, and they will do until the end. But looks like finally, after a Code 80 and a lot of things going on today, that we've got a race that is spaced out somewhat for the first time in over 3 hours.
Yeah, it's actually fairly calm for now, of course, depending some battles. But yeah, for the majority of this race so far, we've had action, at least in some shape or form, throughout the majority of it. Right now, everyone just hunkering down to get to the end of this race, or waiting still for that final push in the strategy.
So 40 minutes and a half to go. It's got to be next few laps time for Scuderia Ferrari Esports to make their way into pit lane, and Team Iris should be the race leaders at least for a bit. The advantage that Ferrari have got at the moment is the lower fuel load, and they'll want to make use of that for as long as possible. They're coming towards the end of their stint, of course, so are bringing out an advantage. 3.5 seconds since we went back to green flag racing again about 20 minutes ago, maybe more than that actually, for Team Iris, and that margin, which is they've just restored slightly, 1.9 seconds back to Viktor Ivanov now, who is driving for NetRex, putting on a good show actually for that team. It is 11th for them in the standings at the moment, which just shows you sort of the day that they're having and the success they're having with it indeed. Meanwhile, a bit further back in GT3, Ian Pfeiffer very much embroiled in a battle here with Stein Prinz, who's just come out the pit lane in the Brabham Mercedes, and so he's maybe a bit quicker, might find his way through shortly.
Yeah, we will see. Of course, battle for P11 in the GT3, and a very busy racetrack there as well. There you can see one of the Visceral BMWs might well be our race leader, of course, who has been running really, really well. That gap's still fluctuating for P2. A little bit wide though from Ian Pfeiffer. Could well allow Steinprinz to close the gap. Might well put the McLaren under a little bit of pressure going into the Vale chicane, but not enough to see the Mercedes able to make much inroads through. However, surrounded by so many different cars, that should get, well, fairly daunting, easy to panic.
Out over the line as the LMP2 Hyperion car works its way past here. Ian Pfeiffer very much on the defensive here, ahead of Steinprinz, who is homing in now. We ride on board with him, down on the brakes at turn 3 and go deep on that braking zone, of course, with the ABS that these GT3 cars possess. Same at turn 4 as well. Makes it very difficult for the prototypes to pass through because the difference in mechanical grip between these two cars very similar indeed, and sometimes better for the GT3s. Makes it very difficult if you're the driver of a faster class. Prinz even defending here from a prototype, I'm going to guess, and it's been successful. Sometimes, or quite often actually, frowned upon there, but Prinz deciding to take that risk there and protecting the inside line from that LMP2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily have an opinion on it. As long as you're safe, as long as the LMP2 can read what you're doing, that's the important thing, obviously, as a GT3, is to just, be predictable, allow the body language to be easily read by the faster class, and, well, don't be dangerous. Of course, Steinprinz inevitably is going to lose that position, but didn't want it to happen into a braking zone, because in some cases, like you touched on earlier, the GT3s can brake a little bit later than the P2s. That's always going to be a bit sketchy. The Winchett car getting very close to Magnussen and Beckett. You've got the overlap of all three classes here. Steinprinz, of course, tried to defend from prototypes overtaking him as to sort of limit the damage to the McLaren, but, well, all he's done is actually lose a little bit of time, now half a second, and also getting very, very close there, the Winchett car, as he dances his way through some traffic.
Yeah, sorry for that strange noise. That was
yeah, I don't really know what that was, to be honest with you.
It was close is what it was. So there you go. I was envisaging crashes on the back straight actually there, but there we go. Thankfully we avoided it on that occasion. That was a red car heading into pit lane, but not the one that we're waiting for that's leading in LMP2. That was rFRO working their way in. They're in a bit of a darker red livery, if you like. And so that leaves us to continue to enjoy the GT3 battle here for now 11th place. Ian Pfeiffer ahead of Steinprinz, and we've got one of the Porsches right behind, but that is not a battle for position. That's Daniel Ersling, who is actually 5 laps down on these guys, just in behind. It seems that actually that 73 car did get a bit of damage after being slammed into at turn 3 around 25 minutes ago. Hardly surprising really, but I didn't see how long their repairs would be. Seemingly it's lost them quite a few laps.
Yeah, it definitely has, and no fast repairs or anything like that, so you do have to take the full brunt of that damage before you can rejoin onto the racing circuit. Following this battle still, Steinprinz sort of just trying to find any variance that he can do to his lines in order to sort of mount a challenge. You could see there very different ideas going through Luffield. Steinprinz trying to V off the corner a bit more, straighten up the exit, but unfortunately losing a little bit of traction. And then into Cox, not really much that you can do here apart from sort of prepare for as best of exit as possible. And then into Maggots and Beckett, it's a stepping stone between each apex just to make sure that you've got the best line possible going on to the hangar straight. Sort of a look there, not entirely sure if he was going to go for it, but then of course the McLaren able to dance its way through the high-speed section. The Mercedes doing its job is to stay as close as possible. Then it's a case of who puts their foot to the floor first, and to be fair, Steinprinz not done a bad job at that. He could be having a look very soon.
Well, I think the slipstream is saving him a little bit here. His run wasn't so much better than the McLaren, but it is helped by slipstream. And so he heads to the outside line now at Stowe. He's not that far alongside, but he gave it a go. Pfeiffer wasn't going to give him the room on the outside though, and he realised that quite quickly. Here goes Prinz again now on the outside though. He needs to be late on the brakes here to give himself the inside at the second part and not get squeezed out. He's held his ground nicely. Inside line for the second part again, and the third too, and he's going to be through into 11th. Oh, just about. Pfeiffer there flashes the lights. Don't think he's too pleased about that, but that just looked like hard racing, to be honest.
Yeah, close to the limit, but not quite over it. Kicking up some dust, though, does the Mercedes. Going to be put right back under pressure once again. Here comes the McLaren to the outside. The Go team hypercar goes down the inside, then rejoins the circuit. They're 3 wide momentarily between the 3 classes, and there's a huge send to the inside through the loop from the McLaren. Squeezed off the road as the LMP2 as Steinprinz is not backing down from this fight.
No, the LMP2 there was squeezed out, I think, because Pfeiffer didn't realise they were 3 wide. 4 wide on the Wellington straight now, with half an hour to go in the race. This is endurance racing, believe it or not. Stein Prince still trying to find his way past Ian Pfeiffer at the moment, and can't do it. Again, wide at Luffield. These two beginning to get a little bit annoyed with each other, I think. There's more contact sliding from the McLaren. The Mercedes will look to the inside as a result, but no, it's going to have to be outside for Woodcote and maybe Kopp's corner as well.
Yeah, well, let's see what the Mercedes can do. Of course, on the outside, it's going to be quite a tough ask, but we'll find out. He decides to brake earlier and thinks about the cutback, but it's covered off really nicely from the McLaren. How good of a job was it, though? They're going to go once again 3 wide. The Porsche back onto the scene, not for position, of course, but now into Maggots, Beckett and Chappell. Stein Prince had a good look, but well covered, it must be said, from the McLaren.
Very well covered indeed. And Stein Prince here is going to look for a way past at Stowe Corner all over again. It looks like a replay almost. A very similar distance behind. Slipstream benefiting again, and this time a prototype working its way through. Not going to involve itself in this battle at all. Round the outside for Stein Prince. Is he going to hold it this time though at Stowe Corner? Well, he's not been given the room to do so. Ian Pfeiffer's going to get barged into on the exit, and these two now have got to be very careful. Stein Prince down the inside, breaks too late. Ian Pfeiffer comes back with a nice cutback in the end actually, but it's getting physical between them now, and the satellite car retains 11th again, although with a little bit more questionability about that. How much can you really push someone off before you start getting a word from race control about that, because Pfeiffer didn't exactly give a lot of room to the Brabham car there.
Yeah, I think it's definitely getting a little bit personal between the pair of them, and that happens as racing drivers. You get frustrated and then you sort of give it out, you sort of take your frustration out on them. Very hard racing, close, well, maybe overstepping them ever so slightly. I'm sure Stein Prince not going to be happy with that one bit, but definitely proven that he's got the pace to go and challenge. Might be a little bit more cautionary trying to go to the outside of corners now, though, that he sort of knows that Ian Pfeiffer's not going to be giving him too much room on the exit.
Well, this is exciting stuff between the two of them. Just over half an hour to go. You're not missing anything in the other classes, by the way. There is a fight for 5th overall in the race in hypercars and 7th in LMP2. But I kind of want to see the resolution of this battle, to be honest. It's been very exciting so far. It may have a bearing on the battle for the win in GT3 as well. Juha-Matti Juppi is not too far behind these guys, and you can't imagine this is a battle that you'd really want to see. If you're a leading driver looking to chase down the actual leader, you don't want to see this kind of thing happening in front of you.
No, you do not at all. That is a very scary prospect. Of course, when they are in the same class as well, it's not like LMP2s or hypercars where they can lift off for a corner and then boot it down the straight to get past him, particularly in that BMW, because it's got very poor acceleration, very poor top speed, and yeah, very, very scary. Let's take a look as to what happened here at Stone. Taking a nice apex, and it just seemed like he opened up the steering on the exit. Yeah,
I mean, he's got to leave more room there, my opinion, and then there's all sorts of rubbing there on the way down towards well, I was going to say that bit was nice, but there was even contact involved there too. Later on the brakes from Prince, of course. Does he cut off Prince here as well? I guess this is a bit of a slap in the face as well, isn't it? In a race driver sense. There you go, contact on the way through. Yeah, it was the bit at Stowe Corner that I didn't like a bit more actually. I always say this, but when you're side by side with someone, you've always got to leave room, and recently, thanks to a notable racing driver.
Go on.
It's become fashionable to not leave any space, and unfortunately that's what happened there.
Yeah, I get to the apex first, so, well, you don't exist on the outside, basically, is the ideology that's been adopted in sim racing, real life racing as well by some. I won't delve too much on that. Particularly as I'm sat here in a navy blue hoodie, but we won't talk about that. Dear. It's fine. It's comfy. It's fine. I got it for Christmas. It's rude not to wear it, Ewan.
Well, it's almost too hot for a jumper, to be honest with you.
Oh, mate, it's been dreadful. It has been dreadful.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Well, obviously you're a little bit more north than we are, so maybe you're still a little bit cold, but.
No, it's 17, well. 17 degrees today.
Well, that's warm for us in the UK, isn't it?
I know, yeah, enjoying it. Get the sunbed out. Meanwhile, side by side again, is it not quite? Again, this is not what you want to see as Juha-Matti Juppi, as he embarks on 3 GT3s. This may well settle the race, unfortunately, in GT3 overall. 8.5 seconds. Makiyuki has been catching. I just don't think he's catching quick enough. As Ian Pfeiffer's off the road, he's going to do a very good job to defend once again here. Stein Prinz is going to have the biggest run he ever has had here into Stoke Corner. He looks to the outside, then the inside. Pfeiffer's not going to let him do that, and so it will remain single file. What's going to happen into the chicane, because at a point they're going to have to let the BMW through here. Prinz goes to the outside. He needs to brake very late here. Pfeiffer does instead, and so Stein Prinz has to regroup and go again, but Makiyuki will want to go through right now.
He will, and well, let's see if Makiyuki is able to find a way past. Of course, for track position, Stein Prinz doing a nice job just pulling over and allowing him through, albeit very close actually by the time they reach the apex at Abbey. And the idea here for Stein Prinz is that Makiyuki is going to slow down Ian Pfeiffer enough, or at least open up a gap that he can follow the BMW through, knowing, of course, that the BMW is a little bit quicker. The gap now between Scuderia Ferrari and Team Iris, just about 11 seconds between the two contenders for the race lead. Now 11 seconds, Team Iris have to take a stationary stop as well. They still have fuel to take. I think Ferrari are the favourites. I
think they are. There's no way, surely, that Team Iris can make a pit stop in that time and get themselves back out onto the circuit again ahead of Scuderia Ferrari. So that is going to be that as far as the race win in LMP2 is concerned. I think we may well have seen our last fights for that one at the front of LMP2, but let's wait and see what goes on. Let's see what happens when Ian Pfeiffer is overtaken here by the BS competition car. Is he going to do it here? No. Makiyuki will be forced to stay behind through the S's, and he's actually going to be forced side by side with a prototype. That's not good news at all.
Yeah, the last thing you want, Ian Pfeiffer then, of course, getting caught out a little bit, but the Amstel car able to find his way through. Ian Pfeiffer then leading this little train. Of course, the BMW behind is Ewan Makiyuki in that BS Plus Zoom competition car, and is losing time by the lap. Of course, now the McLaren pulls over to allow him through, while also trying to maintain as high a speed as possible. And, well, a net zero really between the two contenders for P11. Stein Prinz very close, but not enough to sort of put Pfeiffer on the inside line going into Vale, just as they were.
They are riding on board with the Mercedes again. The deep growl of this GT3 engine taking us around the Silverstone circuit again as Ian Pfeiffer tries to find his way through. Stein Prinz tries to find his way through on Ian Pfeiffer just ahead of us through turn 1 and 2. Now onto the brakes again. The start of another lap. Up on the curb slightly for these GTs, and Stein Prinz is going to look to the inside. Oh, he could have broken later there, and there's contact. Contact now, and Ian Pfeiffer will not be pleased about that. There's already heightened tensions between these two, and surely that is only going to make things worse. There's a weaving around again from Stein Prinz, half in defence of his track position ahead of Daniel Ersling in the number 73 Deuces car, but also to get into the mirrors of Pfeiffer, letting him absolutely know that he is there, and he's there to stay, there to try and make his way through. That's his aim right now, and at the moment he's doing a good job of applying the pressure. It's about executing the move now, with prototypes right behind, side by side again. Oh goodness, that's close. Into Copse Corner, Stein Prinz held back to let them all through. Did Pfeiffer make it out the other side? I think he did go wide there, and so Prinz is going to have to do some catching up all over again as a result of that. Sometimes traffic gets in your way, sometimes it benefits you. On that occasion, Stein Prinz did not benefit from it, and again he is sat behind waiting for his chance to go through with 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean 25 minutes does give you a decent chunk of time to sort of work with, particularly as they're not exactly fighting forwards or under pressure from behind. So of course they have been fighting quite hard, but Stein Prinz can afford, he's probably the quicker of the two drivers, and like I say, has got the time to just back off a little bit, bide his time and wait for a golden opportunity rather than trying to risk it all for what is effectively the difference between P11 and P12. It's not a lot, only probably a couple of points swing in it, and it's not necessarily overly worth ruining the last sort of 3.5 hours worth of work for one desperate send to the inside of a McLaren that's been giving you trouble for the last 10 minutes.
Meanwhile, there's been a change for 5th. Benjamin Gilsinski through on Cosmo Prosciutto here in hypercar and overall, of course, as well. So, unfortunately for Prosciutto and Go Team Racing, they've been falling away in these last few moments, and they are now 6th place, no longer a double top 5 for that team. We've also got Dennis Duna catching Daniel Wisner right now as well, and what a drive this is from Sim Racing for Holland. Generally, they've not had a good season. All in all, it's been very, very tricky for them indeed. They're yet to finish on the podium, but can they finally get on there at the 8th round?
Well, they'll have to go and beat Winchik Racing in order to go and get it done. But 1 second is the gap, 23 on the clock. It's definitely possible, and motivated as ever, I'm sure, are going to be Sim Racing for Holland to get themselves back onto the podium. It's fantastic to see them up this high in what has been such a crazy race. A hypercar really coming alive in the later stages of this one. Battle for 5th, battle for P3 as well. There is, of course, the Winchik Racing machine caught up behind a bit of traffic, which could well allow Duna to, at the very least, close the gap and get hooked in with the slipstream.
Here we go. Can he dispatch of both of them down the straight? No, I think is the answer for Dennis Duna. There'll be a visceral car in the way through Stowe Corner, but can he get there for the chicane maybe? He's going to have to take a look and a dive if he does, but he's sensible and experienced enough to realise that that is not a good idea. So out over the line again, there'll be 22 minutes to go, and plenty of opportunities here for him to overtake. Wisner really has to hang on here just to reduce the amount of points he is losing to the leader of the race, and leader of the championship, Race Clutch, who are still looking to bring this one home with more than a minute's advantage over the rest now.
Yeah, it's just extending more and more. Of course, the field of Colin Spore compared to Berlak working really, really nicely. I mean, the entire Race Clutch contingent have been so strong all season long. And once again, today is a prime example of that, just controlling the field and running away with it as we would expect. See with net race into the pit lane. So unfortunately for Jasinski, it's going to have to relieve that position that he just gained on Cosmo Prosciutto once again. 21 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. And still this battle for P3, maintaining around a second gap between the pair of them. So not really much on raw pace to separate them, but again, bit of traffic and very quickly that gap can very quickly close. It swings and roundabouts really, and Sturgis just needs to hope that he gets at least one opportunity before the checkered flag.
Oh, down the inside, that's not going to impress the McLaren very much, but Duna is in a rush here to get up to 3rd place, but look at the time that has been extended as a result. Meanwhile, Team Iris are leading the race in LMP2. How long is it going to be until they have to make their pit stop? We're very much in the window now where they might have to. They'll be able to do 48 minutes, I would imagine, since the code 80. Well, maybe, if they filled the tank up to the very top. So it might mean they pit with 12, 15 minutes to go or so. They may already be in pretty shortly, but they're being caught by net wrecks at the moment. I think the question for them here is how far are they going to fall during their pit stop?
Yeah, probably. P4 maybe. I mean, yeah, they might be lucky and just be able to scrape the podium. Who knows? It all depends, obviously, how long they're going to spend stationary, which won't be long. Of course, the longer they go, the shorter their pit stop is going to be. But they still have to take the punishment for going down pit lane. There you can see the Netrex car Victor Ivanov right behind them in hot pursuit. Then, of course, Timotei Antonovsky. Did Netrex owe us a pit stop as well?
I reckon so. I think so. If they don't, they would be winning.
Yeah,
I suppose. So I would say that they do as well, but I'm not sure. I mean, how sure can anyone be at this stage in the race? I think Scuderia Ferrari Esports are the one leading the way. If you think about this one overall as sort of a net race, but you do never know. It's hard to keep track of everybody who's come into pit lane and who hasn't during a code 80, especially when everybody doesn't get the chance to come in. For example, I don't even think Ferrari passed the pit lane under code 80.
Exactly. So 20 minutes on the clock, sprint to the finish, and still so many questions that need answers for 4 hours of Silverstone. What a race it has been. Of course, I do love the the shorter races. They have got everything that you'd expect of an endurance race, strategy-wise, while still keeping the drivers on their toes, sharp, with quite an aggressive mindset. with only 4 hours. I mean, yeah, we have to do that another 5 times this race plus 5 more of them in a few months' time when we go to Le Mans. So very much is a sprint race in comparison to the 224s that we had. Well, the 124 that we've had so far, the other ones to come. Yeah, I think we've had a very good variety of race lengths this season, and it's really made for a very cracking season that it has been.
Can you imagine getting to the end of this and still having 20 hours to go? But that's exactly what we're going to get in 2 months' time. Hi Smith from Netrex, by the way, just letting me know that they do owe a pit stop from second place, so thanks to him for that. But that means it's a straight fight between these two, and while it won't be for the win, we don't suspect, that does mean it's a legitimate position that these two are fighting over, despite their pit stop impending.
And into the pit lane, Victor Nürburger. Now, of course, let's see what the damage is going to be. Victor Ivanov stays out again, so they're going to have a slightly shorter stop relative to Iris. So we'll be interested, actually. This could well be the fight for P2 potentially.
Maybe. Let's see how many pit stops Mika Hakimi has to go for Brabham, if any at all. It's been quite a stealthy race from quite a stealthy looking car here. Mika Hakimi been driving well, and if he doesn't have to stop again, then he will be going onto the podium at the end of the day, maybe, depending on where Nürburger is. Now, where does he come out? He's still stopped. This is a relatively long stop as far as the LMP2 is concerned. Around a third of a tank of fuel required, and he's stopped for ages here on the pit lane. Goodness me, now he finally goes. That is a long, long, long way behind Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who are to the end of the first sector now, and surely on their way to a 6th race win in a row.
That's insane, absolutely, from Scuderia Ferrari. I mean, they kicked off the season not bad by any means, but then, yeah, got to Bahrain and they just thought, yeah, you know what? Well, we're bored now, we're just going to go and win everything, basically, and are going to be looking to go for, yeah, another one. Will be interesting to see how they got on, of course, in a couple of months' time when we head to Le Mans, but they've got a 33-point lead over Team Iris. I don't think, unless Iris maybe potentially finish 4th, we'll have to check, obviously, with the points. So you get, obviously, 30 extra for a win. P4 gets you 18, so there's 12 points. I think that actually puts them bang on 45. If Iris were to finish 4th.
I kind of want to figure this out when they're actually in the positions.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's going to hurt my head. So we will try and get that to you by the end of the day. 33 points at the moment. Yeah, I mean, whatever the situation, if Ferrari win this race, they're looking at exceptionally good position, because that's at minimum 38 points ahead of the rest of the field. That would mean, what, a 15th place finish would be enough? I mean, the requirements for them to win the race would be pretty low, to be honest. Win the championship would be pretty low if things go how we think they are going to do at the moment, because we don't even know if Team Iris are going to be on the podium, to be honest, at this stage.
Yeah, it's touch and go. All depends really on what Brabham Esports are doing. Obviously, Netrex at the moment leading the way, but of course still owe us a pit stop to come in the next 15 minutes or so. Well, they have to. There's only 15 minutes left of the race, so if they don't make a pit stop between now and then, they're probably going to be sat stationary at the side of the circuit somewhere in that time. But yeah, Victor Ivanov doing a good job nursing the car around Silverstone circuit. Very, very close, it must be said, actually. That fight between Daniel Visner, Dennis Duna, still in their pursuit for P3 in the hypercars.
Anthony Nippon asking in the YouTube chat whether 6 in a season is a record. I hate that you've asked that, because that makes me want to find out, but I can't do it in the remaining 20 minutes of this race, or 15 minutes in this race, dear me. But unless anybody knows off the top of my head and can just tell me, I'll have to do the research before Le Mans when they're going for a 7th. I would say that just based on pure judgment here, Zach, and just sort of logic in terms of what might be possible in such a competitive championship like this one, you've got to say that 6 may have happened before, because we have had 9 and 10 race seasons in the past. However, 6 in a row is supremely impressive in any category, especially these days where it's arguably more competitive than ever in the VEC.
Yeah, we've got so many big names, of course, out there on the field, of course, in rFactor 2 and sim racing as a whole. So many top-level drivers across all 3 categories, which is just mightily impressive. But the, of course, the field that they've got out there for Scuderia Ferrari, obviously Isaac Gillison, Dennis Jordan, Alex Siebel, Timotej Antonovsky, they've got, well, just an exceptional roster of drivers, all of them fighting at the top level of rFactor 2 sim racing, and, well, all of them on one field, one team was always going to be a scary prospect nonetheless, and, well, they've executed on that potential very, very nicely.
So, will this 3rd place change before the end of the race? Aidan Mir was being horrible to me. Lewis would probably know. That is probably true, but horrible. So there we go. I'll figure it out next time for Le Mans, because it's quite astonishing what they've been able to achieve so far this season. So Netrex have been in for their final stop and are a long way ahead of Iris. This is giving Scuderia Ferrari Esports an even bigger championship lead as things stand. They would gain another 12 points on Team Iris. That would put them at 45, which means that if they were to complete 50% of the race at the moment, Zach, they would be the champions. Iris really could do with a podium here today.
Yeah, they very much could. I mean, whether or not it's just to keep their fight, of course, with Ferrari alive, but also Hyperion, I mean, are still technically in with a shout of getting P2 as well. Particularly, well, they actually aren't going to be gaining points on Team Iris, so that would only assist them. But of course, to secure P2 won't have to go and get a podium. Very, very close. Victor Ivanov with the Brad Esports car, of course, and Mika Hakimi. They're fighting for P2. Hakimi looking to the inside of Stoke corner, but couldn't quite execute. Not a heavy enough braking zone really for those P2s.
That was a brief glimpse of Daniel Ersling off the road, by the way. Just want to see if he's got any damage or not. He seems to be running okay, so we will stay green, and hopefully we will to the end of the race now. But yes, let's see if this will change. Well, Hakimi's in. So, turns out he couldn't make it to the end. 12 minutes to go, and he needs another stop. Now, how long is this stop going to be? Nips around one of the other LMP2s, which is into the pit lane. 12 minutes to go. Where is Felix Neuberger in the field? There he is, coming round the final corner right now. Is he going to do this early enough to get into 3rd place? It looks like he will do, and that is another few points gained for Neuberger, another 3 gained. So the gap will be 42 at the start of the day, meaning it would require Ferrari to do more than just finish 50% of the race, although it's still not a particularly strenuous requirement of 19th position to win the championship from Le Mans. They're in such a strong place, but they do deserve it, Ferrari. What a fantastic season they have had, and they've even overcome adversity today after ending up 14th place after just 3 corners in the race. They've recovered from all of that to get to the lead, and look like they're on their way to another win here again.
Yeah, well, it's almost surefire that they're going to be able to take to the top step. It's insane the level that they get to. Of course, the strategical unknowns throughout the race, with obviously the diversions with Team Iris. Of course, I think maybe assisted with the drive-throughs. I mean, obviously it's their fault for Iris and Hyperion for jumping the start and getting those drive-throughs, but it would have been interesting to see what would have happened had they not had to go down and take a drive-through, because, well, we'd probably be looking at a much closer gap for the lead right now. I probably would still back Ferrari for the win, but definitely would have been a lot closer.
Certainly would have been. Let's see about the battle for 4th place in GT3, because Wojciech Polesny could do with hanging on to this place right now. Visceral Esports are ahead and gaining points again. Now, this is going to be the most interesting championship, I think, going into the final round. Certainly the closest championship. 34 points going into today. It was actually the biggest margin, but it's going to come down at least by 12 points right now. If they were to lose this place here, Thomas Engerson Racing, then they'd lose another 2 points to their championship charge, and it would come down to just 20 by the end of the day. Still a big advantage, of course, but it just puts that pressure on them a little bit. And so Wojciech Polesny is going to have to hang on here ahead of Erda Makiol in the Caspian Porsche, which is currently searching for that 4th place.
Yeah, looking for it. Of course, both teams have had a very strong field to today to get to this point. Bit of a squeeze, that must be said, from the prototype lapping Wojciech Polesny. But yeah, they need to hang on to every point they can get. They've had a very strong season, 4 wins up until this point, so up there with what Race Clutch have got coming into today, and of course the championship lead by some fair margin. But even for them, Le Mans is an unknown. Of course, 1.5 point multiplier for a 24-hour race, so obviously more points on the cards and more risk therefore carried for Thomas Enger if they want to win. However, the Caspian Motorsport machine, of course, Adam Akel having to get out the way for the LMP2, bit of a twitch, costing him a bit of time, but 9 minutes left to go, handful of laps left, and there's contact actually. That's very naughty, and that is very much going to allow Caspian to close the gap.
Well, Wojciech Polesny wasn't necessarily expecting that. He weaves towards the visceral LMP2 and flashes his lights at them as well to show his disgust. That could have gone a lot worse, but he's still in 4th place at least. The gap a lot closer now though, and he'll be slightly rattled by that as well, in that he'll be slightly fearful, I'd imagine, going into that corner for the remainder of the race to make sure that nobody does that again. To be honest, I'm not sure how he didn't see that coming. I thought that myself anyway, I thought that the prototype was always going to try and get down the inside at entry or not. Whether you think that's the right thing to do or not, you've got to go by what is actually happening on the racetrack, and it looks like Wojciech Polesny wasn't expecting the LMP2 to do that, whereas in my mind that was always going to happen.
Yeah, exactly that. I think also we got the fight for P3 in the hypercar class carrying on. I think momentarily they definitely were side by side, but I mean the rule is there's a difference between sort of avoiding an incident entirely and being or having an incident and having the right of way. I mean, there are plenty of people in the graveyard. There's, oh my goodness me, a huge look to the inside there from Dennis Duna to pursue for P3. That's getting very, very close as the timer ticks down. The intensity, the pressure, and the desperation definitely climbs up.
Petter Burlak is making his way towards Kopp's corner right now, so these guys are going to be the final ones to finish on the lead lap. But they are going to, crucially. So it'll be 5 laps to go at the line for these two, 4 laps to go for Burlak when he gets there. Let's have a look at what happened back here. Oh dear, Stein Prins and Ian Pfeiffer again. Now this is what the yellow flag was all about. Prins was already going sideways, and he slides straight into one of the LMP2s. They both make a very nice recovery, actually.
Yeah, well held from both of them. Of course, not ideal, but nowhere near the wall, and both able to sort of point the car the right way and going into a braking zone anyway. Probably only lost a couple of seconds or so, thankfully. Could have been much, much worse, but good car control and important not to panic in that situation for the pair of them. Able to continue on quite nicely. Back to the fight for P3 though. Daniel Wisner doing a brilliant job just maintaining P3. Dennis Duna though, how long is he going to be eager to be sort of staring at the rear end of that hypercar when he's got the chance of a podium? Of course, the team's first for the season right ahead of him.
Oh, here we go. Wisner looking to defend the inside here, but Duna with the run on the outside. It was the GT3 in the background that just presented this opportunity, but Wisner goes very deep at Brooklands, making sure he holds on. Here goes Duna around the outside through Luffield. If he can hold it there, then he can just compromise Wisner a little bit, and he has just about. Wisner giving the absolute minimum in terms of room, and that's all fine in the end, but he will retain 3rd place. First real skirmish between the two of them with just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be the first of many to come in the next 6 minutes of racing. Wisner doing a brilliant job as to defend, but the fight far from over. Duna has definitely sort of shown his hand and said, here is what I'm coming to do. Here is the pressure that I'm going to be putting on you. You better be able to deal with it because I am coming for that P3.
He certainly is. And the motivation to get this first podium of the season has got to be sky high for Sim Racing for Holland. Always a part of the Virtual Endurance Championship. They've won races in the past. They're no stranger to this situation, but it's the Van Wall which they haven't been able to do it with just yet. Dennis Dune looking again here at the outside line. Can he go round? Oh, he's not been quite given the space by the Wanako car. Didn't really know where to go there, and I can't blame them particularly that they're currently trying to hang on to their 6th position in the field right now. Down the inside of another LMP2, they go into turn 1. The advantage for them being they've got 4 laps remaining in this race because they're just ahead of the overall race leader.
So still opportunities for them to obviously go for those moves 4 laps. Still not a long amount of time, but still obviously doable for Dennis Duna to go and get that position. But with each lap that ticks down is one less opportunity to go and get that P3 time. Not on his side, but you can see the desperation there of Visner to just lap as quickly and effectively as he can. That's the Thomas Enga Ferrari, I believe, that Duna just absolutely launched a move to the inside of, because he cannot afford even a corner behind some traffic.
I think we've had Wojciech Polesny off the road here, because he's 5 seconds behind Erda Maciol all of a sudden. Has that been a collision that has dropped Thomas Enga Sim Racing a couple of points? It may well have been. That will increase the margin, or decrease the margin, excuse me, between Visceral Esports, who are currently leading the race, and Thomas Enga Sim Racing, who are 5th, down to just 20 points by the end of the day. Doesn't sound like a lot. Oh, sorry, well, it does sound like a lot, actually, doesn't it? But it's not realistically. They would need to finish inside the top 4 with Thomas Enga Sim Racing to guarantee themselves the title. And that means, you know, they'd win no matter what, no matter where Visceral would finish. But we'll wait and see what happens to them. Meanwhile, Daniel Visner versus Dennis Duna goes on again into the final couple of corners. Petr Burlak not too far away from these guys to start his 2 laps to go. That means 3 to go here for these two.
Well, yeah, that is not going to be so good news of Daniel Visner. He wants as little laps between now and the checkered flag as possible. But of course, for Dennis Duna, it means that he's got more opportunity to go and get that position, of course, to the inside of that Mercedes. That's going to, of course, put Visner slightly offline. But there goes Duna to the inside of the loop. So I think it's just about going to sort of equal itself out. However, actually, Dennis Duna able to get a really good launch off the loop with some slipstream through entry. He could well maybe be able to see a move into Brooklands. I don't think he's quite close enough. But he's definitely going to be sighting that move, looking to put on just a little bit of pressure. Unfortunately, for cars as fast as these hypercars, Silverstone isn't the best racing track.
Yeah, and I feel like he's been holding back the aggression here, Dennis Duna. I wonder when that's going to start to kick in here. He knows how to win races in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but rarely are you in a position like this where you have to really go at it, you know, toe to toe with someone for a position like this in the final 2 minutes. Doesn't always happen, so wonder whether he's got it in him here to sort of go toe to toe like this and really get his elbows out to take this podium place in the final couple of laps.
Well, we'll find out. Time will tell. Visner just needs to make sure that car is keeping, well, just staying pointed in the right direction and keeping his wits about him, right on board with Dennis Duna. And just look at the speed they are carrying in the slipstream. Not really much that you can do into Stowe Corner, but if you can set yourself up well, look at the closing speed under brakes. He is pushing remarkably hard and is going to be hoping that little bundle of traffic just ahead, I think a couple of P2s, is going to assist him maybe just to open that gap and allow him through.
There has been contact, by the way, between Caspian and Thomas Enga Sim Racing, so that's why the positions changed there. Erda Maciol lets Wojciech Polesny back through again for that position, so that's all been reversed now. Meanwhile, a pit stop for the Henry Sinek driven satellite racing car. Where will they be? There's the stop now. So where is Wojciech Polesny? Is he going to pick up a podium here maybe? That would be so useful for Thomas Enga Sim Racing if they were to just get on the podium, but Henry Sinek needed literally a lap or 2 of fuel, and so Polesny won't be able to get there. He's going to have to try and hang on to 4th here.
Well, that's the best he's going to be able to hope for. Of course, great respect shown from Caspian to allow Thomas Enga back through, but the fight far from over. 50 seconds on the clock, approaching the final lap of this race. Wojciech Polesny is going to have to do everything he can in his power to prevent losing this P4 because it's so desperately needed.
It is. Meanwhile, Daniel Visner still ahead of Dennis Duna. They are going to get one more after this one of these two, but with 30 seconds to go, I think Petr Burlak is going to be too late to take another lap here in this race. He's just in the background of these guys, so, as is the LMP2 leader, Scuderia Ferrari Esports, on their way to a 6th win in a row in the Virtual Endurance Championship. This is absolutely astonishing stuff. Down into the hangar straight again. Daniel Visner has put some time here into the Sim Racing for Holland car. He might well just be doing enough. Meanwhile, one team that certainly are doing enough are these two, Race Clutch and Scuderia Ferrari Esports. It's the reigning champions in hypercar who are going to be victorious again A second win in a row for them after success at the 1,000 miles at Sebring. It's success in the shortest discipline of the Virtual Endurance Championship as well. Race Clutch are the 4 Hours of Silverstone winners in season 16. What a fantastic drive from the reigning champions. And Peter Burlak, as just behind him, Timothej Andonovski completes a 6th win in a row for Scuderia Ferrari Esports in what's turning into a record-breaking, astonishing season in the Virtual Endurance Championship for them. Meanwhile, in GT3, it looks like we're going to get a close championship fight because Diogo Silva is still out there and gaining points today over the likes of Wojtek Polesny, who's into the final couple of corners right now. He made sure he cut ahead of Caspian Motorsport at the end, and he will hang on to 4th place, will he? Just about.
Wow, brilliant stuff. That was vital for Wojtek Polesny to get that. The gap then is going to be 12 points closed by the visceral car here of Diogo Silva, who has been able to drive a sensational race all race long. Of course, got the drive-through early on, but then, of course, the luck swung their way back again after BS Plus Zoom competition, got theirs for jumping the start. And, well, that gap virtually unchanged. They've driven a fantastic race, went toe-to-toe for so many laps, and deserved victors.
They certainly will be. It complicates the picture slightly with Diogo Silva and Visceral Esports closing in here to give us a real finale at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. A crucial win for Visceral Esports at the 4 Hours of Silverstone in GT3. They take it just ahead of the fight in Hypercar. It's Daniel Wisner who does just about hang on. Sim Racing for Holland and Dennis Stoner gave it absolutely everything towards the end there. They couldn't quite do it. Unfortunately for them, the search for a podium in the Van Wall goes on.
Close, but not quite close enough in the end. Losing a good chunk of time on that final lap did not give them enough to secure that podium place. But what a race it was. 4 hours of Silverstone. Action from start to finish, drama, twists, turns in the tail, records for Scuderia Ferrari, and of course, Race Clutch, well, victorious once again.
Peter Burlak wins for Race Clutch on the same lap indeed as Guillaume Massel, though not in the same minute by any means. Daniel Wisner just tailed off Dennis Stoner there for 3rd with Cosmo Pasuto, the first car, 1 lap down. Seawolf finished 6th and 7th ahead of Racing Zone, who dropped back a couple of laps in that one. Scuderia Ferrari Esports finish in the top of LMP2, that's just ahead of Netrex Grand Prix, but crucially, Team Iris in 3rd. Their championship complication, not very complicated, I think you could say. Brabham Esports and Hyperion Esports round out the top 5 with On-Off Racing in 6th place. Visceral Esports, after a good start, couldn't end up with a top 5, and neither could Sean Clark Racing. Go Team Racing's difficult season after champions last time round continues. rFRO get into the top 10 in LMP2 today. Visceral Esports and Netrex Grand Prix just miss out on that. Further down, it's Ramada Motorsport who had a quiet day today. Ace Racing were next ahead of the 2 armed cybercars who had penalties to start off today's race. Team RTR were after that, followed by Seawolf Net Race, Undercover Rain and Level 1 Esports, who did well to even get to the end considering the trials and tribulations they had today. Diogo Silva beats Jürgen Makiyupi in the end to the win in GT3 after a dramatic fight between those two. Henry Sinnick was a long way back in 3rd, but on the podium at least, Thomas Enger Sim Racing finished a crucial 4th position. Erdem Akio couldn't quite get past him at the end. Nico Barkley for Wanako finishes ahead of the 2 Black Hawk cars, who may well be out of the championship picture now, unfortunately for them. Simframe Esports and Visceral Esports round out the top 10 with Satellite Racing and Brabham Esports next. They had a great fight towards the end. It went the way of Satellite. Understeer United finished ahead of the Juices cars, which had problems today. Tony Janssens first at for Slovakia, MC Motorsport and Tomeli ERT in the Mercedes. It's the other Juices Motorsport Club car next ahead of Satellite Racing, who disconnected at one point throughout that race. Tom Capusta was able to bring that car in second to last. Ruben Carrera-Alves won't score any points for Scuderia Leon other than the 45 they get for participating. He DNF'd in the first couple of hours. Well, Zach, what an exciting 4 hours of Silverstone that was. But it's time to go for 20 hours further than that. It's the big one coming up in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, very much is. Looking forward to it. And, well, let's bring it on for 24 hours, the second of the season. And one final hurrah on the 1st of June. So make sure you've marked it in your calendars. It should be a wild ride. We've got championships to decide, of course, most notably in the GT3s. Will it be a 7th win in a row for Scuderia Ferrari Esports, or will Le Mans conquer them the same way they've conquered the rest of the season so far?
Will it be Thomas Enger Sim Racing holding on to a GT3 championship lead, or will Visceral Esports complete a remarkable late turnaround here in the Virtual Endurance Championship? All to be decided for the remainder of Season 16 in 2 months' time. The 1st of June is when we'll be on air for the start of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, so it's not one to be missed. Make sure you join us for it. For now, though, big thanks to everyone who has been with us for the 4 hours of Silverstone here this afternoon. It's been great to have your company. I've been Ewan O'Leary. Hugo Barrel started the race alongside me. Zach Sweeney has ended it alongside me. And until we all see you in 2 months' time for the big one, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, it's goodbye for now.